Brought to you by Founders Brewing. What looked like a mathematic impossibility is becoming more and more probable as the Tigers do run the risk of missing the postseason. They suffered their second consecutive series sweep over the weekend, this one falling victim to the Braves. Detroit now with very little wiggle room, having a one-game lead in the Central over the Guardians. The two teams squaring off in a series beginning tomorrow that could very likely determine the division. Meanwhile, the Lions have Monday Night Football on their radar tonight as they take on the Ravens in Baltimore. Detroit entering the day as 5.5-point underdogs. Kickoff will be at 8:15. Michigan and Michigan State had mixed results over the weekend in Big Ten play. Michigan winning their matchup against Nebraska 30-27. That win propelling them to 19th in the nation. USC taking Michigan's old ranking at 21 after handing MSU their first loss on the season, 45-31. With preseason already underway in the NHL, the Red Wings begin their preseason play tomorrow against Chicago. Also within the league, Bernie Parent passed away yesterday. The two-time Stanley Cup champion and Hall of Fame goaltender died at the age of 80. From the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Dustin Fiocco. For details on these stories and more, you can stay tuned or also head to 971theticket.com.
I mean, what else would you call it? John, good morning. 97.1.
Good morning.
Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park. Got Gov and Greg behind the glass and Dustin Fiocco on the updates.
Well, it has been a bit of a free fall, but hopefully a soft landing.
You staying optimistic right now?
I'm always glasses half full. You know that.
They've won one of their last 10.
You should be too, because you're the one that buried the Guardians. How dare they make a comeback? How dare the Tigers fall apart? What could possibly happen?
I did not foresee the greatest collapse in Tigers franchise history taking place, but we are very close to that coming to fruition with just a week to go. They're only a game up.
Yeah, not good.
Swept on this 6-game homestand. Happy Fan Appreciation Day to everybody who went to Comerica Park yesterday. And happy trails to Charlie Morton, who was DFA'd over the weekend.
Yeah. Hate to see a guy's career end like that, but I'm glad that they at least made the decision.
So who's the number 2 starter in the playoffs when they start next week?
Are there playoffs next week? Did they play their last game at Comerica Park over the weekend? That's not smarmy. Like, that's very much on the table now.
Okay. Yeah, yes, it is. And I brought that up last week. Like, even if they lose to the Guardians, they still have to try and find a way to beat Boston to even get in the playoffs.
Because Cleveland's a half game out of a playoff spot, or right on the line?
They're right on the line. Yeah, they're on the cut line.
They're
in
for a playoff spot. So you swap places with Cleveland, you're staring at the edge of the cliff.
Yeah. So, Gov asked the question, who's the number 2 starter? Or maybe you did.
Tom did.
Yeah.
And then I said they don't have one if there's no playoffs.
I was being just silly because Morton was considered that about 3 weeks ago.
Well, he was being considered as an option.
They had nobody. I mean, anybody on the staff was an option.
Flaherty and Mize have both pitched better in their life, but they just haven't gotten any run support. I mean, there's this whole free fall has been, originally it was no starting pitching. Then it was combined with no bullpen. And then the pitching started to feel, okay, well, maybe they're good enough. And then the bats just completely went silent, except for Spencer Torkelson.
So who do you blame? What do you blame for the predicament we find ourselves in?
I know that a vast majority, at least the vocal majority, are probably going to blame Scott Harris. And there is certainly some blame there in regards to not going out there and making this team better at the trade deadline.
I would go a step further. They're worse.
Okay, so why are they worse? Players have
he
fallen
specifically
apart.
added here were so catastrophically awful that they're no longer within the organization. He made them worse at the deadline. There's one thing, hey, your job's to get better. He made them worse. He didn't try to. I'm sure he thought they would be good players, but John, you can't deny the evidence. Their pitching staff, since the deadline, 22nd in ERA, not a fluke, 25th in FIP. They got worse. And that's leaving out the fact they didn't even address the offense, which is dried up here. I mean, John, I know it would be haunting to give up a top 10 prospect. I find it more haunting, the epic collapse that we're seeing take place right now. Now, you tell me, What haunts you more as a Tigers fan? Losing Max Anderson or losing out on the playoffs entirely?
Okay, so let's go back to the trade deadline. Who could they have gone and gotten?
I'll give you one example. They went with a 41-year-old in Charlie Morton. There was another 41-year-old available who's pitched much better since. They could have added Justin Verlander.
They could have.
They could have traded for David Bednar, who actually has pitched well out of the bullpen for the New York Yankees. They could have added any bat at all, right?
Yes. They could have added any bat. I know that the one bat that everybody wanted them to add,
He struggled.
has struggled. So, if he had gone out there and gotten Eugenio Suarez, and he would be batting less than 200 since he arrived, would that have helped?
Probably not. I mean,
No.
he has
Okay,
driven in
so-
he has driven in some runs for Seattle.
Okay, yes, but he is batting less than 200.
Did you see how he hit this weekend specifically against the Houston Astros in some gotta-have-it division games?
Sure.
Because he
Yep.
went 1 for 4, 2 for 4, 1 for 3, had a hit in every single game, couple extra base hits, drove in some runs, right?
Yeah, but
So
we
pivotal
would
series.
still be in the same situation.
If he brought that this weekend, do they win one of the games?
Okay, Spencer Torkelson had home runs.
Yeah.
Did they win games?
No, they didn't. But I'm
Okay.
saying if you had one more bat. So he hit well in a gotta-have-it series. These are gotta-have-it series. How about the upcoming series? Would you take Suarez right now? I would.
Sure, because everybody we have other than Torque is batting less than 200.
Yeah, but you and I see it that way, but the guy making the decisions doesn't, and that's the problem.
Right, but my point is they'd still be in the same situation. And yes, maybe they would have one more bat to hopefully win a series here.
How about just a game? I mean, John, they're in a point where one game
I'm
is
not
gonna...
trying to defend Scott Harris.
I know you're
but
not.
what I'm doing is I'm saying some of it's on Scott Harris. A lot of it's on the players.
Yeah, Tom's words were echoing in my head over the weekend because he said he's right. As a city, we don't blame the players enough. We tend to just go right to the top. There's a lot that falls on this lineup.
Well, there's a lot that falls on Will Vest. Saturday's game is purely on Will Vest.
It should have been in the books.
And maybe you can question whether you should have had Vest go 8th and Finnegan 9th, or Finnegan ready if Vest implodes. Vest in September, listen to this, 6 runs allowed in 7 innings, 14 hits. 14 hits in 7 innings pitched. You want to blame him? That's the problem with this city. They don't want to blame the players. They always love their little players. Will Vest is probably, I'm just throwing it out there without ranking it on the fly, but 6th or 7th most important player on this team when it really comes down to it. You've got to seal the deal when you have a lead. That was the game you win, and it's you're up 2 games. It's a game changer. You go Scooble today or tomorrow, and you're up 3 probably. You're hoping. So that's the little things that, is the free fall completely on him? By no means, no. To me, it's still starting pitching. Just eating innings. The bullpen has been taxed, but I don't know how you get away from Harris. I mean, this has to be strike 2 if they miss the playoffs. It has to be. Well, you completely screwed up 2 of your 3 deadlines, right?
Yeah, and the sandwiched in between is this miraculous, wonderful run that they made last year to get in the postseason and win a playoff series. But it's hard to ignore. The only thing I'm hoping that he learns a lesson from this, because he's not going to get fired, right? Him and Hinch are going to be back next year trying to get this thing right. This should scar Scott Harris. I hope this is forever altering his brain chemicals. Like, you cannot run a deadline like that ever again if you're going to be the general manager, president of baseball ops at this city.
Not if you're going to be in a position at that time to have the best record in the American League. And there are clear flaws. Like, that's the thing, is there were clear flaws at that time. He didn't add high-level prospects, not prospects, sorry, wrong word.
Yeah.
High-level players with the prospect of being able to contribute through the rest of the season and in the postseason. But he was also counting on the guys, the all-stars that this team had, to continue to perform. And they haven't performed.
Well, and the biggest issue among all those all-stars, because Torres got a couple hits and McKinstry hit the homer, and it's still not good enough, it's Riley Green.
Yeah, he's 169 in September. That's the guy that you are basically building the rest of this lineup around.
There's a clip, and I think it's recently. He said, like, he doesn't care about the strikeouts. And I think the rationale was, like, you'll take the strikeouts when they come with, like, extra base hits and
Sure.
home runs and run production. And the problem is you get none of that. And then when that dries up, you get empty at-bats.
So I just need to make sure that you heard me and everyone heard me. I know you know the numbers. Riley Green in the month of September, when you need him the most, is batting 169. .169. And that's the guy that, hey, what, 3-time All-Star now? Not getting it done when you need it most. And yes, there's certainly the opportunity to blame Scott Harris. But when Riley Green is 169, Gleyber Torres is 217, you go right down the list, none of the bats are doing anything other than one. Well, two, sorry. Because when you look at the numbers, you've had good production from Spencer Torkelson.
Yeah.
He's batting almost 300, but you're also getting good production, consistent production from Dylan Dingler.
2-time All-Star for Riley Green. And he's their worst bat in the lineup right now. Well, when Javi plays, it's Javi. But I think that's an issue when it's collective. Like, I have no issue putting it on the players, but when the front office does them no favors, I think it's all going to end up revert back to Scott Harris. You guys let us know. 248-539-9797. Who do you blame for the predicament? And by the way, the season isn't over. Coming up next, we'll talk about what we expect to happen this week. They're going to play 3 against the Guardians and 3 against the Red Sox, and they need to start winning some baseball games. As A.J. Hinch said, though, as you wake up today, you're still in first place. Question is for how long? It's 97.1.
Hey, the FanDuel Sportsbook app is your home for all your favorite NFL bets. From yards to touchdowns to who's going to win. With FanDuel, any play can be the play of the game. FanDuel is giving all customers a 50% profit boost token on tonight's game. And we all know that tonight's game, Lions, Ravens. Build your own same-game parlay, or you could choose from one that's already made for you. I'm going to give you one here. Derrick Henry, anytime touchdown. Lamar Jackson, over passing and rushing yards. Amon-Ra St. Brown, over receiving yards. Make FanDuel your go-to app for any snap. Just visit FanDuel.com/971 Detroit. That's FanDuel.com/971 Detroit. Play your game with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now on Trouble Profit Boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
If you're injured in a car accident, call Lawrence KG at KG Law. I've been telling you about them. They specialize in car accidents. KG Law and Lawrence KG are winning millions of dollars for their clients because they win. They fight hard and they win big. If you or a friend or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, you need KG Law right now. 877-KG-CARES. Visit kgcares.com. That's KAJY. Give them a call. Check them out, kgcares.com. Six-game losing skid, swept on the homestand, one-game lead in the division for the final week of the season. Ticket text 248-539-9797. Text says, guys, I'm done with the Lions. Wake me up when either they trade Scooble for a pass rusher or they make the ALDS onto the Lions.
Oh, I thought you led with that one. He's done with the Lions.
No, done with the Tigers.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Done with the Tigers. Wake me up until they trade Scooble for a pass rusher or they make the ALDS on to Lions football we go. Yeah, Lions on the brain today. We're going to talk Monday Night Football later in the show.
Mm-hmm.
Texter says, I blame the lack of talent. The glass slipper is broken. They were never as good as they were playing at the end of the year or the beginning of this year. Hard to argue. Text says, hey guys, Harris did not put them in a position to succeed, period. Blame him. If they added one bat and that bat helped them win just one game, the math would be so much better for this week. Signed, Steve. Let's not forget, Harris signed a pitcher who was getting ready to retire and didn't pitch a single game for us this season. Signed, Anna and Clausen.
Yes. Cobb. I mean, come on.
Have to say this is on Tigers' upper management. I believe they were looking to last year's late success with pitching and hoping it would be the same this year after the deadline. It didn't happen. They were too content at the trade deadline.
Yeah, I think they put too much on Chris Fetter to wave the magic wand again.
Losing out on the playoffs, I'll never get over this season. I'm still in disbelief. I blame Hinch. I blame the players. The July slide, September, it's unexcusable. AJ has a locker room problem that we don't see. That's my only explanation.
I don't know what's going on in the locker room, the clubhouse, whatever you want to call it in baseball. I don't know what the issue is with the bats. It just, I mean, everything has evaporated for this team.
I'd rather put an empty jacket on a hanger on the mound than Will Vest. This team is going to put me in a padded room with a straight jacket. Signed, Rob in the 321.
Well, I know you've said it. The facts are they still have a one-game lead on the Guardians. They have 3 games against the Guardians starting tomorrow. Scooble is on the mound. For a Scooble start, you need more than 3, 4, 5 hits, unless they're all going to be home runs.
Right.
You're going to have some bats that step up and find something.
Well, that's the issue. They had 11 hits yesterday. They went 2 for 13 runners in scoring position and left 13 on base.
Yeah.
They're going to throw Scooble twice in the last 6 games.
Yeah, I mean, the playoffs have arrived.
Yeah,
I know AJ said it last week, but the playoffs, this is a playoff 3-game series against Cleveland. Then you're going to have a 3-game series against Boston. Then you're going to have a 3-game series because you're no longer sitting in the 1 or 2 spot.
Right. So you get Scooble Tuesday. And we already had one of these, hey, Scooble against the Guardians, got to get it games. We'll emphasize again, if they win, all of a sudden you have a 2-game cushion with 5 to go. And you get Scooble another time still to go.
Yeah.
But it feels like it's evaporating fast. It is evaporating fast.
And all 6 of them are on the road.
All of them. Let's get to Fred in Garden City. Fred, good morning.
Good morning, guys. How are you?
What's up?
Hey, Cookies, Suarez was not the answer. Look up his game log. He's
I got it in
batting
front of me.
231.
Yeah.
He's batted 231. He had a good weekend.
Would
Look
that,
at all the games prior to that.
quick, would that be better than Vierling and McKinstry and Baez? I'll hang up and listen.
Right now.
Well, no. He is batting 231 for the season. For September, He's batting 200. In August, he was batting 186.
There you go.
I'll ask
So
again.
Suarez
Would you
is
rather
not
have him
the
or
answer.
not? Would you rather have him or not?
No, I don't. No, I
Get
don't.
your head checked. What do you
No
mean?
way.
What do you mean?
We already have that in Green. Green's hitting 260 and still not hitting the ball, just like Suarez.
Suarez,
problem
in
is
a
the
critical
players.
series over the weekend, head-to-head for the division, hits in every single game.
One hit in the first game, one hit in the third game, 2 hits in the second.
And drove in 2 runs in that game, a game they won by 2 runs. Like, Fred,
Okay,
I'm not
but
telling you Suarez has
again-
been great since the deadline. I'm just not going to defend Scott Harris in action. And I'm shocked
I'm not
you are.
defending Scott Harris. I think he's a lot to do with the problem. But it is, like you guys have been saying, the players need to be held accountable. There needs to be a Moneyball moment. Hinch needs to walk in that locker room with a baseball bat, just pissed off and then just going off on everybody. I don't know what's going on, if they're coddling these guys or what's happening, but these guys need to get their head right.
I agree with you on that. It's collective. I
Yeah.
mean, it's seeping into every fiber
I mean,
of the organization.
So I know we're talking about Eugenio Suarez because we wanted a third baseman, we wanted a right-handed bat. The ad that Seattle made that is been the most effective, and he's been the best bat, I think, that was moved at or before
Naylor?
the trade deadline is Josh Naylor.
Yeah. They were aggressive at the deadline.
Yeah, I mean, that's a dude.
I think the tell was the slump right after the All-Star break. Seattle series right before going into that stretch. And I know Harris, he quoted, said rough patch. And then they got right before the deadline. And I think he trusted the first half of the season and even last year over the rough patch. But the rough patch was the tell that water was going to find its level with these guys that overperformed and even made the All-Star game.
Let's get to Heather with the news.
Good morning, guys. So a high school football game between Cass Tech and Detroit King was suspended on Friday night during the third quarter due to crowd concerns. So the executive director of the Detroit Public School League said the game was forced to shut down by police after a large number of people attended the stadium without tickets. Yeah, so the game was being played at Wayne State University. So the game did resume Saturday afternoon at a different location under some restricted attendance. So really the only people that could attend at all were the parents of the football players and cheerleaders. And that was it. Cass Tech ended up winning 27-22.
It's interesting, too, that, I mean, this happens in the third quarter. I know he had mentioned that people were, jumping the fence and
Yeah.
everything. Usually at high school games, as soon as the first half ends, the ticket office shuts down and then anybody can enter at that time, at least the ones that I've been to. And so it's too bad that this had to happen.
Yeah, for sure. You guys, a woman was fatally stabbed at a gas station in Shelby Township Sunday afternoon. Oh, yikes. Police say the Utica woman was attacked at the Meyer gas station on Hall Road. The man who attacked her fled the scene, but thankfully was later found and arrested. The woman was taken to the hospital, had multiple injuries, but unfortunately did not survive. Police say the suspect and the victim knew each other, so they say this was not a random attack.
Yeah.
The public is safe. Obviously, everything remains under investigation. You might have seen this if you stayed up to watch the game. Things got pretty scary for the Michigan State football team on Saturday when linebacker Wayne Matthews got carted off in the second quarter against USC in in Los Angeles. I did not stay up to watch the game, but
No?
No.
So you missed another Spartan football game.
I did. Yes, I did. I did. If I would have been in college, I would have stayed awake.
Yes, you just wouldn't have gone
Exactly.
and probably not have watched, but it would have been going on at the same time you were partying.
Yeah, I would have been aware of the score. I would have been aware of things going on in the game, but yeah, for sure. So anyway, he went down. He was on the field. I mean, he was down for like
was a
10
long time.
minutes. It
Yeah.
was a very long time. Rushed to the hospital, and after his hospitalization, head coach Jonathan Smith did give a positive update. He was able to fly back to Michigan with the team.
That's good.
And then on Sunday, he put out a tweet himself with an update saying, "Thank you for all of your prayers and support. I am doing a lot better now. I'll be back in no time."
That's
So
great
that's
to
what
hear.
you want to
Yeah.
hear for sure. You might have seen this going on. Maybe you were there on Friday. The highly anticipated Apple Store in downtown Detroit opened on Friday. Customers gathered outside the store for hours. I saw there was like, I don't know if it was drone footage or from helicopter. People were out there.
I heard that you were just down the street and you were watching and you had a list. Okay. Can't talk to that person. Can't talk to that person. Can't be friends with that
I
person
just
anymore.
like all of you. I don't, it's not that I don't like them. I just don't get them. I don't get it.
The feeling's mutual. No one wants your green bubbles in
I
your
don't-
group texts.
I know the Android messages. I get it. I just don't. I don't get the. I'm going to stand outside for hours.
Oh, I agree.
Or like you go to any Apple. You walk in
Yeah.
any
Yeah.
mall in the Apple Store. I don't.
It's the busiest store.
I don't understand it. Anyway, people were out there. One man drove from Chicago. He said this was his 200th store visited worldwide.
Okay.
Okay. So he's probably not. He's probably on my list.
Yeah, I would think so. Yeah. Yeah.
Look, some people visit all the ballparks.
Yep.
Other people visit all the Apple stores.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, he probably replaces the tape holding his glasses together right in the middle, too.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Anyway, the CEO was there. Sounds like it was a exciting time for sure. You might have seen this as well. Washington Commanders head coach Dan Quinn took a massive shot on the sideline in Sunday's Commanders' victory against the Las Vegas Raiders. After his own quarterback, Marcus Mariota, ran out of bounds and into the coach, just boomed down, got hit in the face, appeared to smack his head on the ground.
Yeah.
I mean,
Popped up.
He got right back up, and
Yeah.
he did appear bloodied later on, and he got cleaned up at halftime and said he was okay.
Good to go.
Yeah, took it like a champ.
It's Heather with the news. All right, coming up next, we'll keep taking your phone calls on the blame game. Why are the Tigers in this position mid-collapse? And we'll get to Michigan and Michigan State, some takeaways from over the weekend. 7:02, your Overreact Gyms. It's 97.1. Ticket text phone calls on the Tigers. 1 game up, 1 week to go. Lost every game on the 6-game homestand. Happy Fan Appreciation Day. We'll get to the Wolverines and Spartans, some takeaways from the weekend and the Overreact Gyms at 7:02. Let's get to Adam in Gibraltar. Adam, good morning.
Good morning, guys. How are you?
Good.
I mean, you can blame the players, yes, for, not executing on the field, but in terms of constructing this team, in terms of seeing what holes they need from up in the booths, you got to blame the front office for this one. There is too many holes to fill. I mean, you're not going to get rid of all your prospects at the trade deadline. I get that. But you can get rid of certain ones to, I guess you can definitely get rid of some of your prospects to make this team better. You don't got to give away your horses, or even bring up McGonigal. I mean, this team needs a jolt of energy. They needed it ever since that Mariners series right before the All-Star break. This is a complete flip of what happened last year. There's no way you just cannot blame the front office. You can blame the players for not going on the field and executing. Sure, that means more. But this team lacks star power. That's something the Indians have. They have, Jose Ramirez, someone that comes up big in clutch moments. We don't have that. We're missing needs at third base. We're missing a hitter at shortstop. We got hurt in our starting rotation this year, which kind of feels like how the Lions, last year, their defense got banged up. Mm-hmm. I just feel like we just can't have anything nice in Detroit. I mean, last year was the year for the Lions. Defense got hurt. I felt like going into this year, during that first half, right before the All-Star break, this was the Tigers year, right before, Job and Reese Olson and all of them got hurt. But, for lack thereof, this is the front office's fault for not addressing, the elephant in the room on what they needed. I mean, they needed too many pieces for what they needed to trade for at the trade deadline. I get that. Of course. But you need to add something. You needed to add a bat or and an arm, I think. They needed both.
Well, it's funny. That's what we said at the time, Adam, and I know you listen all the time and you call in. You've echoed the same sentiments. Like, we all watched it happen. We go, hey, add a bat, add an arm. Or an arm and a bat. You and I are famously disagreed on the order, but the needs were there.
Both, yeah.
Yeah, and look, you can say Scott Harris didn't make the team better. I'd argue he made them worse. Like, when you go and piecemeal the pitching staff the way they did, and none of them are any good, and Morton's DFA'd, and Paddock's to the bullpen, and neither of them were any good, you didn't not only make yourself not better, you actively made yourself worse.
But I'll take it back to the offseason. I think the Alex Cobb injury and not ever being able to come back, he would have been able to come back. Whether he would have pitched well or not, who knows? But that would have put the Band-Aid on the Olsen injury. Mm-hmm. The Olsen injury really screwed them. And the fact that he didn't realize that they need to get another starter tells me that he thought he could duplicate last year with the pitching.
Hubris.
And my defense of Scott Harris, my biggest one, and I do think he's the most to blame here, but in trying to defend him, this team at one point went 101 and 61.
Yeah.
Which was all the more reason to reinforce and give that team a chance to win the World Series.
Yeah, you go get at least a bullpen arm in that situation, and then he trusted the rest of it. I think.
They added Finnegan. To be fair, they added Finnegan. Finnegan was a good addition. The problem was that was the only real addition.
See, and the thing is if the Pirates wanted Briseño for Bednar. That was more than the Yankees gave up. But if you would have gotten Bednar, would you also have gotten Finnegan? Because he got other bullpen people. He got Finnegan and friends. What if he had Bednar and? Because I'll still take it to this. That caller said they don't have stars and didn't perform. By no means is Spencer Torkelson anything close to Jose Ramirez. No. But Torkelson performed. And on Saturday, he had the moment. And Vest screwed it up. That's the game right there that this weekend and in this stretch, you can't lose that game.
I was watching the results of that game while we were in Lincoln, and I kept telling Doug, first you go, they're down, right? And both eye rolls and sighs, and then Torque has this moment, and you're thinking, all right, here we go.
That's
and
the spark.
Then in the ninth, they put Vest on the mound, and you're thinking, all right, this is, hey, however you have to do it, it doesn't have to be pretty. You just got to win a game. And then moments later, I checked the update, and I'm like, you got to be kidding me.
So that was Vest's last. He didn't pitch yesterday, did he? I don't think so.
I believe so, no.
No, so that's the last time he pitched, but prior to his whole September's been terrible. So you're putting in Will Vest. I can question AJ Hinch on this. In that moment, and his September had been awful. In total, he's given up 7 or 6 runs in 7 innings, 14 hits. 14 hits in 7 innings. And so the last time you trusted him right there, it's like.
Alternatively, who else is he pitching there?
Friends.
Well, and then it goes back to Scott.
Yeah.
Look, we got a ton of ticket texts, some phone calls to get to. 248-539-9797. Texter says, even with Skubal pitching twice this week, they can't score any freaking runs. They have to hit. 11 left on base yesterday. Mm-hmm. That's the thing. The Braves had nothing to play for. They're mathematically eliminated. And we spotlighted this. They pitched 2 gas cans on Friday and Saturday. Yeah. Tigers still couldn't win those games. Text says the frontline Tigers players aren't Harris guys. He doesn't believe in them.
Well, they were the guys that were producing early in the season. And that stat that Gov gave out, the 101 and 61, it's roughly from last year's All-Star break to this year's All-Star break.
Yeah.
So over the course of 162 games, they were a 100-win team. Now, that is with the magic that happened last year with pitching chaos.
Yeah. It's also cookie cutter, because if I take the record over the last 2 seasons, it's far less impressive.
Correct. Yeah. So I mean, that's just an example of how we can make numbers say just about anything we want them to say.
Right.
But the fact of the matter is, from the early July, they had a 15.5 game lead, and whether it was at any one time pitching, whether it was starters or bullpen or bats, they haven't been able to put together a performance on a regular basis as a team to be able to put together 1 more win, 2 more wins.
Go a long way. Ticket Texter says, I blame it on the cookies curse, just like the Red Wings.
Well, I don't put the Red Wings on you. I don't know that you didn't have a curse with the Wings,
no, I
did
just
you?
want it really badly, which just makes it hurt double.
Right. Yeah, it's just, it's more fun to watch you.
A player I grew up idolizing is just harpooning my favorite franchise by refusing to do anything meaningful. So, yeah, thanks for getting me where it hurts, guys.
Yeah, but, I mean, you did bury the Guardians.
I did not see the largest collapse in Tigers franchise
history. And technically, they have not been resurrected yet.
Correct.
I mean, there still is hope for you and the Tigers.
For me to imagine they do this and I demand apologies at the end of the week. Yeah, I don't see that happening.
No, you already demanded apologies.
Yeah, I'm saying I probably shouldn't have done that.
Yeah, no, either.
I'm going to regret doing this, Greg. Just for grins.
Don't do it.
We should have a poll question today. Who do you blame most for the Tiger collapse?
Yeah, put you on there.
And I will be one of the options, but clearly I would hope people would vote for Scott Harris. AJ Hinch or the players could be the other 3 options.
Not who I'm voting for.
I actually thought about this in the very first segment of the show, and I didn't want to be that mean to you.
No, it's okay. This is part of the job.
I can't believe I didn't think of it, because I would be that mean to him.
I'll be curious to see what our listeners attribute this most to. A certain radio host, public radio burial of the division. Scott Harris, AJ Hinch, or the players. Let's get to Kyle and Macomb. Kyle, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys.
How you doing?
Yeah, I think a lot of this blame has to be on AJ Hinch, and I know a lot of people might not like that, but my reasoning is because you look at these lineups and they're constantly band-aided in all year long. We're forcing Matt Verlin in, we're forcing Jones, we're forcing Ibanez, we're giving Javier Baez, who's supposed to be an all-star bat. We'll give him multiple days off to get Parker Meadows in there to watch him hit 100 constantly. This lineup was so shuffled around, and pinch hitting Kerry Carpenter, giving Colt Keith 2 days off after he's hot. It's just we almost had too much mediocre talent and not enough excellent talent, and having too much mediocre talent, AJ Hinch felt like he had to shuffle this lineup around. We're watching Dylan Dangler be on an all-star verge at one point, and it's like, okay, we're going to put Jake Rogers in there for multiple series, a majority. This lineup was too shuffled around too much. Yes, we are inconsistent with everything with hitting and bullpen and whatnot, but we never had that constant team where you could go out there and say, hey, I know who's going to play this weekend, or I know who's going to play today.
I agree. I agree with that being the reality, but I think that's more to the roster than anything else.
It's more to the roster, and it's more to guys' performance or lack thereof. And I know everybody wants to jump over, not everybody, but when you're thinking about what happened with Parker Meadows, when we're talking about the month of September, when it mattered, when he came back up, 289.
Couple quick ticket texts. This one says, the most disappointing thing about yesterday's game was that all the fans didn't boo this team off the field. What a soft, pathetic, choking bunch of players. After getting swept 2 series in a row, to hear the manager say we'll still be in first place in the morning, that's like saying I cheated on my wife and got caught, but in the morning I'll still be married. Plenty of blame to go around. It's 97.1.
Hey, value-driven banking begins with First Merchants Bank. When I have questions about my finances, I turn to my bank. That's First Merchants Bank. I know that their attentive local bankers are 100% interested in listening to my situation and in helping me find the answers that I need. First Merchants doesn't provide cookie-cutter solutions or check-off boxes when it comes to financial advice. They're going to take the time to learn about my life, my personal financial goals, and work with me to build a plan that fits my situation. And that's because First Merchants Bank really cares. You heard me say my, me, I a lot in that situation. They see me as a person, not just as a number on a spreadsheet, and they're going to do all they can to help their customers and communities succeed. And when it comes to the communities, you can count on that, since First Merchants Bank is staffed by local bankers who know and are passionate about the needs of their local community, because it's their community as well, and we all have to work together to help it continue to prosper. To get started on your personalized financial solution today, you can visit them at firstmerchants.com. That's firstmerchants.com. First Merchants Bank, member FDIC.
for now. It's Tiger manager A.J. Hinch. Tigers up 1 game in the division. A lead that was once 15.5 on the Guardians is now a single game. They'll play 3 in Cleveland this week.
And they still control their own destiny.
Yeah.
Now it's becoming much harder because the rest of the games are on the road and not easy places to play. Cleveland and Boston.
Both teams fighting on the playoff bubble, trying to get in.
And the only way that, well, it could happen a lot of different ways. But it gets really difficult for the Tigers to make it if they aren't division winners.
Well, yeah, then you get thrown in the wild card mix, and then Boston is in that wild card mix, and you'll play them the last 3 games of the season at Fenway.
Well, and right now, they're tied with the same record.
Yeah. You say the Tigers control their own destiny, and you're correct. Unfortunately, so does Cleveland.
You don't happen to have those
odds?
The odds again, right? The Fangraph odds.
I can pull them up.
Became so famous for us last year because we had a 2% chance, and then at 1%, I know that the playoff odds, if you're looking at the ESPN website, at one point they had the greater than symbol, and then it was followed by 99.9%.
Nearly 100% to make the playoffs.
Now it's 85.2%.
Yeah, I'm looking at Fangraphs. They have 84.5% to make the playoffs. To win the division is 62.9, John. To have a bye in the first round is down to 4%.
Ow. I mean, the free fall from the bye is unbelievable. Yeah. I don't know what the peak lead was on the Mariners for that at one point this season, but just point out the 2 franchises. Aggressive buyer, made a move. You know, why if you're Seattle, why would you think you would need to buy aggressively? Because you were just sitting a few games over 500.
We can't win the World Series anyway. Why try?
Yeah.
Well,
was their goal just to make the playoffs every year?
And they're succeeding. All right, poll question is up. Who do you blame most for the Tiger collapse? Scott Harris, A.J. Hinch, the players, Jim Costa, which is unfair, but I understand. Early returns, Scott Harris, overwhelming, 55%. Mm-hmm. Let's get to Matt.
Just for context, AJ's last.
Yeah.
You're beating him.
I am more responsible than A.J. Hinch, according to our listeners. Hey, AJ, I don't know if you know this. I'm a little more influential on the Tigers than you are. Let's get to Matt and Brighton. Good morning.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
What's up?
Good. So my thing that I've been noticing, and it's 2 players in particular I've noticed it with, Kerry Carpenter and Parker Meadows. I really wish Hinch would let Carpenter hit more against lefties and just keep him in the lineup more in general. I know he had some injury issues, but, it seems like he just hasn't had the chance to give us the sample size that we need. And the other night, I can't remember which game it was during the homestand, Parker Meadows had 2 of our 4 hits, I believe. And he came up late in the game. We needed a good hit, and he put Ibanez in. And I know he likes to do his, lineup management, lefty, righty, that kind of thing, but it almost feels overmanaged at this point. And I was talking with my family the other night, and my mom brought up Jim Leland. And I was just thinking this morning, would he have let Carpenter hit more? Would he have left Parker Meadows in that game? And I know it doesn't really matter because A.J. Hinch is a manager, and I know he's not perfect. He's a great manager, but those were just my thoughts. What do you guys think?
Well, it's been something that has worked for the Tigers for the better part of a year and a half. And honestly, I mean, you go back even before the pitching chaos, it was A.J. Hinch, and I asked him that question last year. Like, is it exhausting to you to have a new lineup every single day? Like, there's no, we're going to put this guy in the leadoff. We're going to have this guy bat 3, bat 4, and, here's our 8 hitter, and then maybe that's Dingler because you got a righty-lefty. But, like, there is no consistency to the lineup. There hasn't been, but that's not his fault.
No, I think what he's talking about is Parker Meadows. They pinch hit for Andy Ibanez to hit a lefty, and it's playing the numbers. And some of that is just the way the roster's built. Like, if this was the 2012 Tigers and I had Fielder and Cabrera, you know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, the guys I'm not going to pinch hit for. This team doesn't have stars and studs. It's not a Dave Dombrowski ball club. It's a Scott Harris ball club. And the other thing on Leland, very different style of manager than A.J. Hinch. It's not like Leland didn't preside over some collapses in his own right. I mean, the 2009 collapse with game 163, Jim Leland was the manager. Never would have happened if Leland was here. It literally did. 2006, they ended up hot. didn't win the division. That's a collapse at the end of the regular season. Now that team at least made the playoffs and they made the World Series. But Leland presided over collapses too.
Yeah, but I mean, even yesterday, right? You've got Javi Baez batting ninth, and when you pull him, who do you put in? Jace Young. Well,
right.
Okay. Yeah, when you pull him, who do you put in? Andy Ibanez. Okay, maybe a little bit better. You got some better odds there, but then you pull him and you put in Trey Sweeney.
Yeah.
There's not good options.
It's a great point, John. Dennis in Metamora, good morning. You're on 97.1.
Yeah, gentlemen, I shouldn't have to be this hot on a Monday morning, I tell you. Yeah, this is squarely on Scott Harris for sure. You know, you can say what you want about his drafting. He might be above average from that standpoint. But when it comes to the offseason and the trade deadline, give me a break. Putrid, man. 2 years ago, screwed up the Rodriguez deal at the trade deadline. Over the winter, everybody and his brother knew they needed a bat. Got nobody. This year, rested on the fact that, hey, man, let's just see how this plays out. Garbage. But let's talk about A.J. Hinch as well. Why is Chase Young? Why was he in Toledo since May? Because he couldn't hit. What's he even sniffing around the batter's box in the ninth inning on Saturday night for down a run? I just don't get it, man. It's a total organizational brain fart.
That might be the best description. Who are you going to blame? It's an organizational brain fart.
Signed, the 2025 Detroit Tigers.
You're reviewing news, and all you hear is that drop.
Yeah. It's been a while since I've heard that one.
Shots fired. Yeah, she's pulling up her Twitter right now to vote for you, Jim.
We'll monitor it. We'll talk a lot of Tigers today. Lions are playing on Monday Night Football. We're going to talk about them later in the show. We do need to find time for college football, Michigan and Michigan State from the weekend. We've got the Overreact Gyms where we'll kind of sum up everything from the football weekend. We'll do that coming up next. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by MyMichiganRoof.com. It's a Lions football Monday tonight as Detroit takes on the Baltimore Ravens in primetime action. As 5.5-point underdogs, Detroit hoping to improve to 2-1 on the season. And following the Packers' surprising loss to the Browns yesterday, Detroit has a chance to tie for the lead in the NFC North. Hoping to avoid a division tie this week, let alone lose the lead, the Tigers are with a big 3 games against Cleveland beginning tomorrow. After holding a 15.5-game lead last month over the Guardians and a playoff probability of over 99%, the Tigers have won 1 of their last 10 games, while the Guardians just had their 10-game win streak snapped yesterday. All of that equates to a 1-game lead in the division for Detroit, so playoff implications for this series could not be any higher, and manager A.J. Hinch is up for the challenge. In related Tiger news, Detroit DFA'd Charlie Morton yesterday after acquiring him at the trade deadline. And finally, the NHL preseason is already underway. Detroit gets their first crack at preseason play tomorrow when they take on the Blackhawks. From the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Dustin Fiocco. For details on these stories and more, you can stay tuned, or you can also head to 971theticket.com.
College and pro overreact gyms from the weekend. I chase brown kids, which is a reference to a fantasy football team name. I've had so many people ask me,
not an overreaction.
Where did that come from? We'll begin with the Michigan Wolverines, who will make the college football playoff. That game against Nebraska was not as close as the score indicates. They were the way better team in the trenches, both sides of the ball. The formula's there, as is the schedule. They only play 2 ranked games the rest of the way. 10-2 Michigan is in the 12-team playoff.
I'm going to say overreaction to this point, because why was Nebraska invited into that game? It was mistakes. Coaching errors at the end of the first half.
Yeah, what was that?
It was unbelievable. And they make young mistakes defensively. And whether it's penalties or it's celebrating after a third down and taunting the side, like you can't invite teams to continue to be a part of a game. And they did. They ultimately won the game. But you look at it, and the schedule does play out extremely well for them.
Yeah, like Maryland and Purdue.
Yeah, you got Maryland, Northwestern, Purdue. But I do think, and Wisconsin.
Yep. The
trip to USC is where I think I would be willing to say, after that game, yeah, they should be a playoff team, but not until then.
So I agree with a lot of what John said there, and especially the USC point. I mean, they still have 3 road games against USC, Michigan State, and people might laugh at that, but I think that could be a competitive game this year. And then Ohio State's, that's at home. But I need to see more. I need to see Underwood grow. They're going to need him more and there's going to be more pressure on him. That game, they ran the ball so well. I think the bright spot to them potentially being a playoff contender is Justice Haynes looks special.
He had a great game. Some big runs, third down pickups on the ground and in the screen game. And how about Michigan's drive late, where it looked vintage Michigan squeeze the life out of you?
8.5 minute drive. It was beautiful.
Says Mew. Oklahoma is a national title contender. Look, you got the Heisman Trophy favorite or co-favorite in Mateer. Then you throw in a defense that picked up 9 sacks, a ferocious front. That team's got a legit chance to win it all.
I don't think this is an overreaction. And they've got Kent State. They play Texas, who they big-time rivalry. We all get that neutral site game. But then it's Ole Miss. It's Tennessee, Alabama, Missouri, LSU. Like, they don't play Georgia. They play Georgia probably in the SEC championship game. But I do think that you have to consider them in a season where there's no runaway favorite as a team that could win the title.
So I think this is an overreaction. I think they are a playoff contender, but I don't know if they're a national title contender. Again, I don't know if they're more than a top 10, more than right around 10 or 9th right now, and I wouldn't take that as a true national title threat. I need to see more, even though they've done more than most in the nation this year. But they still have 6 ranked opponents, and that's not including going to South Carolina. A just absolute brutal schedule.
DJ Lagway is going to make one hell of a financial analyst in a couple years. After his 5-interception day at LSU, he threw for a grand total of, drumroll please, 61 yards against Miami. John, this is an elite quarterback, a 5-star quarterback. He's not in his first year, he's in his second year, and he looks like he's not playing pro ball when this is done.
Not at this point. But I'm going to say this is a bit of an overreaction. You are allowed to get better. Coaching makes a big difference, especially in your formative college years. I think he probably has a new staff next year, new offense. It's not just on him. His performance has been great, but I'm not ready to throw him out and say he'll never have a future in the NFL.
This is not an overreaction. I mean, seriously, 690 yards in 4 games. He got $3.7 million. Guess what that is? About $5,000 per yard.
It's not good, Tom. Yes, I was rooting for Western Michigan. Yes, I'm happy for Western Michigan. How could you not? Daniel Jones will get MVP votes. The Colts have scored 103 points through 3 games, which is the most in their franchise history, more than any team that featured Peyton Manning as their quarterback. And before you laugh at this, Sam Darnold got MVP votes a year ago. It's there for Danny Dimes.
Well, Sam Darnold did it because he was a team that they were a part of 14-3. I don't think that they end up with that good a record. I do think they win their division probably. They are in the playoffs. I don't think he gets – I'm not going to say he doesn't. This is an overreaction at this point because 2 defenses that they played, the Dolphins and the Titans, horrific. The Broncos – good defense, but they have not played to the level that we all thought that they would be preseason. We'll see a little bit more this weekend against the Rams. We'll see what happens against the Chargers. But, I mean, I think right now, pump the brakes.
I don't think this is an overreaction. He will get MVP votes, and I think this is going to be sustainable. Maybe not this good. And John made a good point about Darnold. I actually think Daniel Jones is a better quarterback than Darnold. That's just my personal opinion.
Oh, I think so, too.
So, and the fact is they've got him cocooned. They've got a good offensive line, and Jonathan Taylor is playing great. And so there's not so much pressure on him. And I think this will sustain itself to a degree, and he won't win it. By no means. I don't even think he'll be top 3, but you're just asking for votes.
The Bengals will be picking in the top 5. This is a 12, 13, even 14 loss team. They are atrocious. And there's no Joe Burrow to cover up the stench.
No, I don't think this is necessarily an overreaction, especially when you look at their schedule. When things start going downhill, and especially when Joe Burrow is, quote-unquote, possibly available to come back.
Shut him down.
They're going to look at it and say, no, we're going to just hold off until next year. We're going to go ahead and take this and say whether we want to draft in the top 5 to take an offensive lineman, maybe to protect our number 1 asset, our quarterback, and we've invested so much in the offense, or they're going to have to try and find somebody to replace Trey Hendrickson, which they may trade at the trade deadline. Who knows? But he won't be there next year no matter what.
Well, I hope they are a top 5 picking team, because then that means Hendrickson will probably be moved, and then the Lions will be involved, right?
That'll be to somebody else. Like the Eagles will add him or something.
No, Seattle.
There you go.
All right. No, seriously, I think this is an overreaction for now. They are 2-1. And there's 6 0-3 teams that don't look like, a few of them especially, don't look like there's any hope there. So they've got a lot of mileage to gain here. And also, I do wonder if they do try to trade for a quarterback. It's so early, because if they look at the fact that they are 2-1, they can still save their season if they can get somebody there
but the
Kirk
issues,
Cousins.
Okay, we did this a little last week in the Thursday touchdown. You could add Cousins, maybe he's better than Browning. The issues are so much deeper than who the quarterback is.
Yeah,
Cousins doesn't elevate this team enough.
I would agree with you to an extent, but man,
I get it. You don't want to quit on your season 3 weeks in.
Yeah, exactly. I'm curious what that's going to mean for Zach Taylor.
In addition to being a creep, he's a moron. The NFC South race is over. As if there was any doubt after they had that field goal blocked for a touchdown, Baker takes the ball and does what he does. Drives him right back down, wins the game. They're 3-0. The Falcons, atrocious performance yesterday in Carolina. The Saints, ugly out in Seattle. Bucks might win 13 games. This division's over.
Not an overreaction. Because of what we talked about. I mean, I've had Tampa in my power surge. I don't know if they're going to win 13 games, because Mike Evans being hurt, how long is he out, will affect them. But they've got maybe the rookie of the year and Emeka Egbuka. They've been able to manufacture 3 game-winning drives in their first three series, or their first 3 games. But let's make sure that it's a grain of salt, because it's against the Falcons, against the Texans, and against the Jets.
But their schedule's easy. That's what I pointed out in the preseason.
Well,
the back end of their schedule is, and this division is awful. I mean, what the Falcons did yesterday was atrocious. I think that's 10 times worse than what the Bengals did. At least they have an excuse. Well, the Bengals.
Well, I think the division is going to be Tampa's. I think they'll run away with it. I'm not going to bury anyone. We know how that goes. But I will say we'll find out more this week, because they do play the Eagles. They play them at home.
I'm Batman. Speaking of the Eagles, they're the new Chiefs. They win ugly. They win even if they don't deserve to. They'll find a way. It's that championship pedigree. How do you block not 1 but 2 field goals in the fourth quarter, find a way to win that game, overcome a 19-point deficit? They found a way to do it, and then just to rub it in, that field goal return for a touchdown.
It's a bad beat.
Hurt certain people.
What was the spread on that game?
You want him to fall down, Jordan Davis.
Go down! Or how about someone catch the biggest dude on the football field?
Oh,
that's his moment of a lifetime.
He had an entourage. No one was catching him, especially with him moving down the field. Now, I'm going to piggyback on what I just said. We'll find out more this week, because Tampa plays the Eagles. We'll find more about the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, and we'll maybe confirm what we believe we know about the Eagles. So I'm not ready to say no that they're the new Chiefs, because it may in fact be Tampa.
I think this is an overreaction. They're not the new Chiefs yet. I see where you're going in terms of, okay, they've won, they're 3-0 and it's plus 14 point differential.
Yeah.
I mean,
winning ugly.
That would be Chiefs-like, but I think this offense isn't to where the Chiefs is yet. That the Eagles Chiefs was. Like, they still have more offensive weapons. A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith were real huge in that comeback yesterday. Patrick Mahomes doesn't have that anymore. And he doesn't have some dinosaur tight end freaking out on the sideline either.
Do me. Last one. Carson Wentz will start the majority of the games for the Minnesota Vikings this season. He didn't need to be great over the weekend, but he threw a couple touchdowns, and he's got a couple games coming up where he can build some momentum in a Kevin O'Connell offense. We know that J.J. McCarthy looked overwhelmed.
I think this is an overreaction only because we saw one game against an overmatched team. So I don't know what Kevin O'Connell's going to do. If he continues to win, I think you ride a hot hand. And it very well may be Carson Wentz.
Yeah, I think if they win these two games overseas, they're going to Ireland and then London back to back.
And it's what, Pittsburgh and...
I can't remember. I know it, but I can't think of it. But yeah, I wouldn't call Pittsburgh a gimme, by the way.
And the Browns.
And look what happened yesterday at Green Bay. There's no gimmies. I think Wentz has to go 2-0 over there to be the starter when they come back.
I'd push back on Pittsburgh. They won with like 202 yards. They won because the Patriots had 5 turnovers yesterday. I've not been overly impressed with the Steelers.
I know, but look, they're 2-1. I mean, we got to wonder here at some point, like, you are what your record is, right?
Yeah.
All right, those are your overreact, Jims. 97.1. When it comes time to replacing your roof, it's a conversation you're dreading, but it doesn't have to be that way. It's not something you look forward to. It's a big investment, but you got to make the right choice. And for over 30 years, Michigan homeowners have trusted Shaner Roofing. Here's why. Not only are they local experts with a proven track record, it's a good start, but every roof they install comes with a lifetime transferable warranty. That means the investment's protected for as long as you own the home and if you sell it. Plus, Shaner Roofing has earned a 4.9-star Google rating from thousands of happy customers. Look, it's almost impossible to get a 4.9-star review now. That kind of trust doesn't happen overnight. It's built on decades of quality work and customer care. So if your roof is aging, if it's leaking, if you're just ready for peace of mind, go to mymichiganroof.com. That's mymichiganroof.com, powered by Shaner Roofing, Michigan's trusted roofing experts.
Hey, you hear the ads, law firms bragging about how they got some giant verdict. To them, it's a trophy. They're going to parade it around. It's a number, okay? And that's great for them. But if you've just been in a car accident, what's that do for you? Here's the truth about David Femminino. He wins big, sure, but he also knows it's not about headlines. It's about you. That money pays for medical bills. It keeps your family steady, and it matters only because you need it. That's the difference. With David, it's never about showing off. It's about fighting for you. You can give David a call at 855-65-CRASH, or you can visit him on the website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That number again, 855-65-CRASH, or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
Greg Gainey, little assist from Dickerson. 6 straight losses on the homestand. They've lost 9 of 10. They have a 1-game lead in the division. We'll get back to who you blame at 7:35. John, I didn't get to the Packers and overreact, Jims.
The loss that they took
Blowing
in
a 10,
Cleveland,
nothing fourth quarter lead.
And it was a matter of about, I think the Browns scored 10 points in about 45 seconds. Field goal, then turnover, and
what was Love doing on that interception?
Well, so that's always kind of the thing about Jordan Love is there seems to be throughout the course of a season, and this happens, it's not just exclusive to him, save for 1 or 2 quarterbacks, there's always that costly interception that either costs you a game or your defense stands tall and you escape a game. They weren't able to escape that game against Cleveland.
They didn't do anything well. Most penalties for them since 2010. They had 14 penalties. Their quarterback was sacked 5 times. I know they had some injuries up front, and they couldn't run the ball. Mm-hmm. But even all that, you still have a 10-0 lead in the fourth quarter, and your quarterback makes a mind-numbing, back-breaking interception. And, John, he's done this in big games repeatedly. It's one of the fights they have with Valeni about it is he thinks he's better than I do. I think he's an average quarterback, maybe slightly above average quarterback. But if he's going to do this stuff, he's going to keep the Packers from achieving what they want to achieve this season.
Yeah.
He just makes too many of these mistakes in big games.
He does, and the defense played well. I wouldn't say they were great against the Cleveland offense, led by a senior citizen. And so it's, they kind of had one of those games where not everything went wrong, but enough went wrong where they lost to an inferior opponent. And but this is what happens in 17 games.
Well, it's funny you put it that way. The way Micah Parsons put it, we can't play the clip. But I think Stoney once paraphrased for Micah. Micah's quote was, "We est the bed."
Yeah. Well, and I heard some more of his quotes, and he said, through the course of 17 games, it's really hard to win games in the NFL. That's why we celebrate every time we win a game, and moments like this happen. Now, how are you going to react to it? What are you going to do coming out of a loss like this? But it does it evens the ledger for the Lions.
If they can get a win tonight.
Now they got to go out there and take care of business. It's not easy. Not going to be easy.
No. Did you hear their left tackle before the game earlier this week?
Oh, he was 17-0.
17-0.
Yeah. How's that feel? I'm asking you.
You're asking me what it's like to make a proclamation and have it blow up in your face epically in short order? You think I have some kind of personal experience with that type of work?
What's the poll saying right now?
I sure hope it's Scott Harrison or Runaway.
He's third most to blame, Jim.
I'm still beating A.J. Hinch.
You're beating A.J. Hinch, who is down to 1.7%. The players at 27%, and Jim Costa at 24%. You got a quarter of the votes.
I'm as big a blame as the players themselves, the people with the bats and the gloves who play in the field.
So out of 405 votes to this point, you have nearly 100. 100!
Who do you blame most for the Tiger collapse? You can vote on our Twitter account, our X account, @Costa and Jansen. We're going to get back into it at 7:35. Let's get to Heather with the news. You are loving this.
You guys, you might have seen this story trending over the weekend. I was shocked by what I saw. This Michigan high school football player in Kalamazoo, ring any bells yet? This horrific injury that he suffered.
Oh, I did hear about it, yes.
Oh my gosh, suffered this horrifying injury. It was during a JV game, happened last Thursday night, when this boy who was twice his size jumped on him. Twice.
Yeah.
And it was like a shocking video to watch. The incident took place during a game between Lakeshore and Kalamazoo Central High School. Like I said, this video shows a Lakeshore player tackling a 15-year-old boy named Colton. Then the Lakeshore player gets up, right, as you would after the tackle, but then decides, you know what, this isn't over yet, and just like pancakes this guy, jumps on him again.
Belly
onto
flops
this.
him?
Yes. Yeah, it like kind of looks like a belly flop, and this kid is a large boy, right? Like it wasn't like this.
Right.
It was in this poor kid suffered a fractured spine. Right. The mom says that he is not going to be returning for the rest of the season, and doctors are still trying to evaluate if he could ever play again. No word yet on if this Lakeshore player is going to receive any, punishment for his misconduct. I haven't heard about any of that yet, but man, pretty shocking video to watch. Rivalry high school game between Cass Tech and Detroit King was suspended on Friday due to crowd concerns and reports of unruly fan behavior. So fans were apparently jumping the fence to get in, were causing some security concerns. So this was being played at Wayne State. They had sold 5,653 tickets. Wayne State holds 6,000 fans.
Sure, so no problem.
No problem, but they already had quite a bit of tickets sold. People were getting in without tickets. They didn't know.
They lost
control, I guess, of the situation. So according to the Detroit Public School League, director, there were just too many people for police to manage.
Yeah,
it is a shame.
That's the worst part.
Exactly.
And it robs them of what would be a cool environment, too. I know they still played the game the next day, but...
Yeah, but
did
with much less people.
Yeah, at a different location. So the next day, it was only just parents of the players and the cheerleaders, for sure. Michigan State linebacker Wayne Matthews flew back to campus with the team on Sunday after being released from a Los Angeles hospital. Scary situation took place during the game. Placed on a stretcher, had to be carted off to an ambulance after being injured in the first half of the game against USC. Thankfully, his motor skills were intact, right? It
was scary.
That's super scary. Medically cleared to leave the hospital. He did post on X himself saying, "Thank you for all your prayers and support. I'm doing a lot better now. I'll be back in no time." Very good to hear that. Today officially kicks off the first day of fall. And if you're looking for some fun fall activities, you may want to head to Commerce Township. Go check out the Long Family Orchard and Farm in Commerce. They just unveiled their new corn maze this year.
Oh, I
Something
saw
they
that,
do
yeah.
every year. And this year, pretty cool. It's a recreation of Amon-Ra St. Brown's headstand celebration.
Awesome.
And basically, after that celebration went viral and they saw how many people were like flocking to the home bakery in Rochester
sure.
to like.
That's right.
It got like viral sensation. They thought, you know what? This is what we're going to do for our corn maze. And they actually came up with the idea in January and had to keep it all a secret. It's pretty cool.
It's cool. It amazes me how they can be so accurate when they're either planting or cutting. It's really cool.
I'd like to know, when you go to a corn maze, you can't actually see what it looks like. The aerial views are what's really cool.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But when you go to the corn maze,
you don't know the difference.
You don't know what the design is, so you don't know the difference checking it out in person. But anyway, I'm not telling you not to go check it out. It's pretty cool. Go see them. You can see they've got a cider mill there, animals, all sorts of fun stuff. You guys, the American dream is getting more and more expensive. It now costs over $5 million over a lifetime to fund 8 key components of the American dream, including homeownership, raising children. Now, of course, everybody's dream is a little different, right? We all don't have the same dream.
What are the components?
But the components, retiring in comfort. I think we can all agree
Yes, that's
that we'd
American
like
dream, yeah.
to retire in comfort. Affording quality health care, owning a home, raising a family, owning a car, going on vacation every year, caring for pets, and having a wedding. Those are like 8 components of this dream. And according to the report, if you add them all up over a lifetime, it will cost $5,043,323. Yeah. The most expensive of those things being retirement.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just think about that. Finally, Matthew McConaughey. I don't know why he's giving out marriage advice, but he is. He's got some advice for all the married couples. He's saying, you know what? Ditch those king-size beds. You might think those are nice, right? I know you just got one recently.
Yeah.
I
Get
just
rid of
got
it.
one too. I love it.
Throw it away. Get a queen instead. He said that brings you closer to your spouses and you don't have to
That was my argument. She's so far away now.
Yep, exactly.
The way you said that, McConaughey's not married, I take it?
No, he is married.
Oh, okay, well, you said for some reason.
I don't know why
ju-
he's giving
Oh,
out.
okay.
I just don't know what prompted him to give out the marriage. Was it just like
people ask him questions? I think he was on the Rogan podcast. I don't know if that
it
comes
doesn't
from.
it didn't I don't that's what I don't
Yeah.
have all the details.
Okay.
That's why I meant I don't know where he was
Yeah.
giving out or why he was giving it out. No, he's happily married, and he said for a while there they had a king size bed, and it was like he
Yeah.
had to like climb over to find her at night, and now he's like the queen, and we're kind of shoulder to shoulder. She's right there.
Yeah, but where's your dog going to sleep or your cat going to sleep?
In a dog bed
Exactly.
outside.
Oh, come on.
The dog house.
He does seem like a cat guy, though. Probably got a cat.
Does he?
McConaughey?
Yeah.
You can look that
I
up.
don't know that.
We'll look it up. Heather with the news. Coming up next, the blame game for the Tigers, 97-1.
Hey, Lions fans, Heather here to tell you Verizon is helping you get your gear game ready. Now, through September 30th, visit a participating Detroit Verizon store and you can score big. Choose an accessory for your phone, tablet, or gaming device worth up to $70 on us with a new phone purchase on select My Plan activations. Think of it, a new phone case, an extra long charging cable, or a portable battery pack to keep you powered up all game day long. Make your move now and switch to the #1 network in Detroit. Visit your local Verizon store today, only on Verizon, the official 5G network of the Detroit Lions. Accessory offer while supplies last to first customer during promo period. 1 gift per purchase per account. Apple accessories ineligible. See store for additional terms and detail. Based on Root Metrics Detroit Root Score Report 1H 2025. Tested with best commercially available smartphones on 3 national mobile networks across all available network types. Your experiences may vary. Root Metrics rankings are not an endorsement of Verizon.
Yeah, not great, guys. Good morning, 97.1. They are in a free fall. Losers of 9 of the last 10.
At the most critical time, too.
Uh-huh.
And all along, I have said, not knowing that they were going to go into this free fall, but that they had to play their best baseball leading into the playoffs. And in fact, they've done the complete opposite. This is the worst baseball that they have played in almost 2 years.
It's ridiculous.
And it goes, and it's like they're all taking turns, but they're taking turns in mass, whether it's the entire pitching staff or it's the bullpen or it's the bats. They just can't seem to put a good pitching performance together with some bats or vice versa.
Look, they're not going to be the whole show. We're going to talk Lions, 8 o'clock, Monday night game, Ravens. A lot of people paying attention. But if you're a Tiger fan right now, talk us through where you're at. Because it was Fan Appreciation Day on Sunday, and it capped off a 6-game homestand where they lost every single one. And if not for a Guardians loss yesterday, the division lead would already be gone.
Yeah, it'd be tied.
And you can blame whoever you want to blame for it. We got a poll question up right now. Scott Harris, the players, AJ Hinch, radio host making proclamations and guarantees and burials in July. Those are your choices.
You've overtaken second place.
No.
Yes.
Okay,
You've overtaken second place.
But I should not.
Hold on, let me refresh. Come on. Yes.
Great radio.
You're in second place.
I am more responsible than the players for the collapse taking place. Just say it out loud so it makes sense.
And 20 times more responsible than AJ Hinch.
Right. The guy setting the lineup every single day who's in the clubhouse and in a leadership role. But I better not overtake the man who is leading our poll right now. This is still on Scott Harris, and I don't want to let the players off the hook. You can pick out individual decisions you don't like from the manager. John, his job was to get better at the deadline. Forget about that. They got worse. Morton with a 7 ERA was DFA'd over the weekend. Kane and all. Paddock was pushed to the bullpen. We don't want to see any of him. Hey, wait till Seawald comes back. Oops. John, their ERA since the deadline, 22nd as a team. 25th if you look at FIP, so there's no it's just bad bounces. Their pitching staff was a strength, is now a problem, has been a problem, and that was the thing Scott Harris attempted on the cheap to fix. And then I look at this offense, which we all knew was kind of smoke and mirrors. We all begged for a bat. John, their offense is terrible. Also 22nd in the month of September. What 2 of 13 yesterday?
Yeah.
Runners in scoring position, 13 left on base. This was entirely predictable, and it's Scott Harris's fault that he didn't reinforce this ball club.
So who is to blame more than anyone else?
Scott.
I think it's the players. Now, they didn't get assistance from Scott Harris at the trade deadline, but these were the guys, and we kind of we enjoyed Javier while he was in town. We kind of all believed that eventually he would go back to being Javi, and he has. In the month of September, he's batting 111.
Yeah.
And I think the biggest disappointment is Riley Green.
You're right.
Who is the one that everybody, believes is their most consistent hitter, the guy that has to be a factor if they're going to do anything in the postseason, let alone make the postseason. He's been batting 169 in the month of September. The bats have gone absolutely silent.
Mm-hmm.
Gleyber Torres, 217 in the month of September. Now, Torque, the bright spot,
yes,
is batting just under 300 and thought we were going to have the Spencer Torkelson moment on Saturday.
Right.
Until they handed the ball to Will Vest.
Look, and I know I can't shout the Suarez thing too loudly because he hasn't hit well since the deadline. He did have hits in every game this weekend in a pivotal series for the Mariners against the Astros. He has given them pop and power and situational edges. I'd rather have him than Matt Vierling. I'd rather have him than Andy Ibanez. I'd rather have him than Javi Baez and Zach McKinstry playing third base. Again, it was just such an obvious move, and there were so many other moves, like Bednar at the deadline we discussed. Mm-hmm. They didn't want to do it. And I just keep going back to one thing that Scott Harris said. And he said there were moves that we could have made that would have haunted this franchise for years to come. So I will ask the people of Detroit, What's more haunting? Losing Max Anderson or one of the 7, 8, 9, 10 prospects at the back end of the farm system? What's more haunting? Giving up Max Anderson or the largest collapse in franchise history? Because that's what Scott Harris is juggling right now. Don't want to give up one prospect not named Clark or McGonigal because it could haunt us. John, this is pretty haunting what's happening right now.
Well, and he's put himself in a position to where, I mean, you're looking at the top prospects and they all should hit. Like that's not a gamble that I would think any president of baseball operations, general manager, anybody would want, because we all think Kevin McGonigal, Max Clark, okay, those are guys that maybe they've got a better than even chance of impacting this roster
Sure.
in a year or 2 years. Jose Brezeño, Rayner, Lorenzo, how you lead, like any of those, you start going down the list.
Are they all going to hit?
Well, and you mentioned Max Anderson.
Can they
who's
all
at
even
9.
be on the roster at the same time? How many of those guys are infielders?
Right, but that's the issue, is if that's what he's going to talk about, and he feels like in 27 and 28, like these guys are going to be the next wave of all-stars for this team, and they're going to be even better than what you have now, then his gamble is that they're, instead of a 50-50 shot, like, is he gambling that it's 95% that these guys are all going to hit? Like, that to me is where the lunacy comes in.
And by the time they're here, Scooba will be gone. It reeks of when he took the job, they didn't expect to be this good this early. Like last year was miraculous, and this year's start was miraculous. And whether he believed they could just work miracles or just didn't think that they are yet at the position to really make moves, I don't understand, because it felt like they got all the signs to invest in this club, and they didn't. And they're going to squander it.
But that's the position he's put himself in.
Yeah.
And trust me, I don't think it's just on Scott Harris. I've been a big proponent. It's on the players. The players bats have gone silent, arms have gone dead.
What I'm hoping happens in all this, first of all, they find a way to make the playoffs here. Like, we keep waiting for them to win one game so we can do the, okay, now we got a 2-game lead with only 5 to go and another Scooble start. Like, we keep waiting for them to win just so they can stabilize. I hope they still find a way to get in. I'm a Tiger fan at my heart here. I don't want to do like the reckoning show for Scott Harris. I also know he's not going to be fired. And I really hope that this like rewires his brain chemistry, because you cannot go into a deadline like this ever again if you're in contention. Ever. I hope this scars him deeply as a decision maker so that we never have to play this game again about, well, we're going to do Band-Aids. We're going to do bargain bin. We're going to shop in the clearance aisle. If you're good, act like it, because this is what happens when you don't.
He's butchered 2 trade deadlines. I mean, to me, that's a fact at this point. That's caused them doing less at the deadline is what's caused this massive collapse. But in terms of what you said, Jim, and making the playoffs and this thing not fully coming like full circle, you blame Will Vest on Saturday. That game was a win.
Should have been.
That was the one in this streak here, and you're up 2 games, and and then you're making the playoffs. Maybe like you're saying, even though you've got all these problems and he screwed it up, the reason like this thing's going to come full circle to me is still the players. I mean, it's rough. It's been an abomination. Will Vest in September has been awful.
If he shuts the door, we're talking about Torkelson's home run potentially saving them.
Yeah,
and now it's for nothing. They lost the game. 248-539-9797. We got ticket text. We got phone calls. We're going to wrap on the Tigers. Talk Lions at 8 o'clock. It's 97.1. All right, guys. We've been talking about baseball. I'm sure you're ready to just focus on football. Gear up for football season with Moran Chevrolet. It's kickoff time. Michigan's #1 selling Chevy dealer. Whether you're headed to the tailgate or cheering from home, get in the game with a winning deal. Lease a 2026 Equinox LT for $279 a month. 36-month lease, $999 down. Find your ride fast, MoranExpress.com, or stop by. They're on Gratiot, just north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. Tiger manager AJ Hinch talking to you guys on the phones, playing the blame game. Still in first place, but for how long? Lost 6 in a row on the 6-game homestand. Happy Fan Appreciation Day to all of you who made it out to Comerica Park yesterday. And happy trails to Charlie Morton, DFA'd with a 7 ERA, Kane and all. Mm-hmm. Scott Harris didn't make the team better at the deadline. He made them worse. Between Morton and Paddock and the collection of pieces in the bullpen. Yeah, friends who weren't very friendly. Who are you blaming? 248-539-9797. Tex says, I agree with Jim. Harris made the team worse. I also believe the players are part of this collapse. You can't get it together to win even 1 out of 6 when it counts and Cleveland's on your heels.
Well, and with the mindset, we asked AJ last week, and he talked about it, like they are in the playoffs. And no, they're not.
So what's
they
he going
didn't
to say
clinch a
if
spot,
they lose one more game? Like, then they can't do the spin of like, well, at least we're in the playoffs. Like,
No, it's not we're in the playoffs. This is playoff atmosphere. This is playoff baseball now, regular season. They've got a 3-game series against the Guardians. And if they sweep it,
it's over.
They'll clinch on Thursday.
Imagine that. Through all of this anxiety and stress. Yeah, John, even if they take 2 or 3, they put Cleveland in an awful position for the final series. This is still in their control. The problem is it's also in Cleveland's control, because if Cleveland takes 3 in a row, then they're in pole position.
Yeah.
Then they are in the driver's seat here. And they've kicked our ass lately.
Yes, they have.
100% on the players from an unnamed ticket texter. Riley Green's interview in Miami is very indicative of the attitude of this team. Quote, nobody cares about the strikeouts. If that's your attitude as the best offensive player, someone in leadership is reinforcing him, telling him that's okay. We have a problem. Look, the strikeouts are okay if you're producing outside of the strikeouts. When you go cold, and John, what was the stat? 169 in September? When you aren't making contact, when you aren't balancing it out with extra base knocks, when your strikeouts, you're not even putting the ball in play, and those are empty at-bats for your team, when the team collectively goes, 2 of 13 runners in scoring position on Sunday, and you're looking around looking for your best bats to step up, and that's your leader, I don't care about the strikeouts.
Well, and everybody was always asking, okay, so why is it that can't you just get somebody to hit in the trade deadline? Why does it have to be a right-handed bat? Well, because the way they operate this to this point, and if it's a left-handed pitcher, chances are you're not going to have, a full complement of players. You're not going to have Carp. All right. Are you going to have Parker Meadows? Probably not. And then you go right down the list, and then you start thinking about, Riley Green. Like he's an everyday guy,
against
but
lefties.
he's been bad in general, but against lefties, he's been even worse.
Yeah. This is all on Scott Harris trying to be the smartest guy in the room. Stop being so damn cheap. We have some write-in votes for Chris Ilitch on our poll. And I'm not opposed to blaming ownership, but cheap doesn't really factor into the trade deadline. Like,
no, because even if they had gotten to get Eugenio Suarez,
the payroll wouldn't balloon up to some.
No, you were talking about what was left on his salary was what, $7 or $8 million,
right? And they were willing to pay Bregman a whole hell of a lot more.
Yeah.
They would have been fine. To me, this is of the things you could blame ownership for. This is not one of them. What else? Let's go to the phones. Rob in Farmington Hills. Rob, good morning.
Hey, good morning. Look, Scott Harris made didn't make moves, so I'm not holding him blameless. These players have played just plain terribly, and you're holding Harris accountable for not mortgaging a potential future, which would not have the supplements he would have acquired would not turn this team into a winner. This is a team that is making the 03 Tigers look like the 27 Yankees. And whoever he would have gotten isn't going to win the World Series. Maybe not mortgaging the future was a good deal.
But I think, Rob, I understand that argument, and we see some of it on the ticket text. See, he was right. They weren't that good. Who said they had to mortgage the future? Trading one top 10 prospect is not mortgaging the future. It's the expectation of a contender.
But where would they have been now?
Well, it might put them in the playoffs. It literally might be the difference in them making the playoffs or not making the playoffs, which was Harris's stated goal to begin with.
Fair point. just
and
think
I
if
understand
you're
if you
playing
don't think
100
it's
baseball.
I know,
you know,
but just ask
yeah.
yourself this: like they were in a great spot to have a first round bye to roll Scooble twice in a 5-game series. I don't think they were winning the World Series, but they could have set themselves up to make the playoffs, get the bye, make a run, and see what happens. And instead, they added a collection of duds in the bullpen and absolutely nobody at the plate, and now they are dealing with the consequences.
Well, and the consequence is you could go down. Last year, you could go down as one of two teams that made a historic comeback. Now you're going to go down if you don't make the playoffs or if you don't win the division as the team that blew the largest lead of anybody in the history of baseball.
So their largest lead was 14. At that time, I believe it was over the Royals.
Yes.
They had a 15.5 game, though, over the Guardians at that same time. So what this would be is it would tie for the largest collapse ever with the 78 Red Sox, but it would be the biggest comeback ever for a team for the Guardians.
Right.
I mean, for the last caller, I'd ask, what if they added Bednar? And you gave up Briseño. That's what the Pirates wanted. It was more than the Yankees gave up for him.
Would that mean the Tigers' future had been mortgaged?
I
No.
would say that was the move maybe in hindsight that you do make because you have Dingler at catcher and you also have Lorenzo at catcher in the farm.
Well, and you have Bednar for more than the 1 year. That was the other appeal. This wasn't like, because again, I understood the position. We had Scott Harris on before the deadline. We haven't had him on since. The thought was, hey, we're going to be in a position to buy, but we're not going to give up key prospects for rentals. Right. Well, Bednar wouldn't have been a rental. And look, maybe you love Briseño. Counter with Lorenzo. You have two catching prospects, both of which were better than anything the Yankees gave up.
Exactly. And I would ask, would the Yankees be in this position right now, or would they be teetering on making a wild card? Did this put them over the top? Did Seattle's moves put them over the top? Has Suarez been great average-wise? No, but he's had 11 homers with them. I mean,
driven in some key runs, including on Saturday this weekend.
They also got Naylor. They couldn't hit. Seattle was a poor hitting team, and they went and addressed it. It's like
think about it. They're going to get the 2 seed as it sits right now, and their lineup has Cal Raleigh, Julio Rodriguez, Naylor, Suarez. I'm missing someone else in there too. Like they have a really nice lineup now. All of a sudden.
Now the thing, walking back on Bednar a little bit, would they have also gotten Finnegan? Because if it just would have been Bednar, I don't think things would be that much different. But it might be a game or two different.
Because Finnegan got hurt.
Exactly.
Or it could be, look, if it wasn't going to be a bat and an arm, it could have been two high impact, high leverage arms. And it wasn't.
So frustrating.
I know. This is ridiculous.
And the silence is, we talk off the air. It's like, can you believe this is happening? I mean.
And the crazy thing is they could still make the playoffs. But I have no idea how this week's going to go. Like we try to do predictions and expectations. I have no idea how this week's going to go. It's terrifying that they may have already played their final home game at Comerica Park. If you would have told people that 3 months ago, a month ago, hey, final home game of the season is going to be September 21st.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
What?
And it'll be the end of a 6-game losing homestand.
I promise we talk some Lions in the 8 o'clock hour. We'll knock out the phone calls. We'll set the scene for Monday night tonight. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by Michigan Hair Restoration. All of the Week 3 action has concluded in the NFL with the exception of the Lions. They close out the week with Monday Night Football against the Ravens. Kickoff tonight is at 8:15, and we'll carry all the action right here on 97.1 The Tickets. Over the weekend, Michigan improving to 3-1 on the season following a victory over Nebraska, that win putting them at 19th in the country. The Spartans suffered their first loss on the year, coming up short to USC. The Tigers with an off day today before they have their biggest series of the year beginning tomorrow. After being swept for the second consecutive time, they enter Cleveland with a 1-game lead in the division over the Guardians. Detroit has only won 1 of their last 10 games, and A.J. Hinch is among the many who are frustrated. The Tigers-Guardian series begins tomorrow with Detroit's ace, Tarek Skubal, taking the mound. And finally, the Red Wings begin their preseason with their first game of the year against Chicago tomorrow. From the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Dustin Fiocco. For details on these stories and more, you can stay tuned or also head to 971theticket.com.
John, I blame you.
Blame me for
these results.
The passion of our fans, our listeners, the fact that they are voting with what they feel.
John, you're a very persuasive individual. You are egging these guys on, and girls, and they are voting me as the person second most to blame for the Tiger collapse, and quickly approaching Scott Harris levels of blame in our poll question.
Yeah, Scott Harris is at 42%. You're at 30%. The players are only at 26%.
Yeah, the guys with the bats and the gloves, I'm more to blame than them. Mm-hmm. And then A.J. Hinch, the guy who sets the lineup, has 1.8% of the blame. Well, a teeny tiny slice, little sliver.
Yeah. I think it's awesome.
I know you do. You're proud of this.
I am.
You'll stop at nothing to have me win this stupid poll question.
Well, it goes back to July, the July 4th vacation that I took.
You're off celebrating America
and you are back here burying with what was there, 60 games left?
Yeah, I had a shovel and I declared it over.
And then and Stoney hopped on the bandwagon.
Stoney can't help himself.
No,
he's been one to he's been known to have a burial.
I wish I had been here to just
don't let yourself
be a sense of reason for you. You probably would have done it anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I can't be helped. Gov, a week later, jumped on board. And you too, John. You, Mr. Discipline.
Yeah.
You also declared this over.
Well, I felt like they had all the best opportunities to win the division, which they did.
We have phone calls to get to on the Tigers. And they've been there all morning, and people feel a certain type of way. We've been playing the blame game. The other thing we should mix in here, and we'll kind of go back and forth. Let's not lose sight of tonight's a big game for the Lions, right?
It's a huge game for the Lions.
What's at stake and what do you expect? We'll start mixing in some Lions reaction too. 248-539-9797. John, set the tone.
Well, the most obvious of what's at stake is a share of the division lead because of what happened with the Browns and the Pack yesterday. They lost a game, and now you get a chance to go back in there and say, hey, we are going to be at the same level as the Minnesota Vikings, who are playing with Carson Wentz. Have no idea what they're going to do at that position when JJ's healthy. But Green Bay, who we all knew, they're a good team. Right? I'm not, this conversation has nothing to do whether Green Bay is good or bad or if the Lions are better. But they have opened the door for you to keep pace with them. They only play against Green Bay one more time. And both teams are going to play against good opponents. Both teams are going to have more losses than just Packers yesterday against the Browns or Detroit against Green Bay. It's going to happen again. But they have an opportunity to keep pace with Minnesota and Green Bay tonight.
If they lose, I don't think people are going to freak out, and you shouldn't freak out.
Depending on how they lose.
Fair. Okay, if they get bombed,
yeah. That's a different matter.
But if they go out and play a competitive game on the road in Baltimore and lose, they don't have Aleem McNeil. It's still a young offensive line on the road. They're not going to be judged. This isn't defining. But I also think it cuts the other way, too. If they win, it doesn't suddenly make them a Super Bowl team either.
No, but it does more to even the tables of what do we think this team is? The team against Green Bay or the team against Chicago?
That's a good point. It would be encouraging.
Yeah, it will even the tables a little bit more because they go on the road to a team that last time they faced, now
years
vastly
ago.
Different team, vastly different organization, at least for the Lions.
Well, and for them too, they added Derrick Henry.
Yes, but they've always been an organization that is their pursuit of excellence. They haven't won a Super Bowl in a while, but they have had a two-time MVP. They have been
had home field in the
very
AFC
good
playoffs.
Defenses, blah blah blah. Right? They draft well.
They're a model organization,
right? And so now you go there and you get a win, and now everybody says, I think it'll be interesting to watch the lines on Super Bowl favorites because we did that after the Green Bay game. All of a sudden, their odds plummet. Now all of a sudden, you go to you go to Baltimore and you get a win. The odds are going to do the opposite. They're going to shoot through the roof.
Oh, look, it'd be a big time momentum swing for the Lions to go in there, validate themselves, add some credibility. 2-1. Here we go. Right back on the tracks.
And here are the other things that are at stake. if you go to Baltimore and get a win, O-line, are we starting to talk about them? Again, it all depends on how they do it, but you're going to have a good performance by the offensive line to protect Jared Goff if they're going to throw the ball downfield or run the ball. If you're going to sit there and look, hey, the 1-2 punch of Sonic and Knuckles is back. It's all part of this equation. And is that issue resolved? Are they going to jump from maybe a 13, 14, 15 offensive line to 7 or 8?
Could be a top 10 unit. You can start talking about them that way. Again, it's going to depend how it goes tonight. You can section it off. Offensively, I thought that the Bears game was who they are. That looked like who they had been for the year prior. It looked like who they were with Ben Johnson, don't need Ben Johnson. You can reinforce that tonight. And I expect them to score a bunch on Baltimore. I think it could be a shootout. The problem is Derrick Henry and Lamar Jackson present a lot of problems for a team that's going to be without Marcus Davenport already, thin on the edges. And the Lions' defense, I think, still has some questions. They're going to need some takeaways, and in a shootout, that just might be enough to get it done. My expectation is that they don't win tonight. We did our picks on Friday. I'm going to stick with Baltimore. I think you will,
it's a safe bet. Yeah, that's we're all making the safe bet in that, and we're picking somewhat reputation on the road, Monday night, all of these different things. Baltimore, just facing Baltimore in itself, it's been one of those opponents that the Lions haven't been able to overcome. So there's a lot that can be gained tonight. And some of it is this an opportunity for Tyreek Williams?
It is.
To really make a name for himself in regards to being able to stop the run. Derrick Henry is as good a running back as you're going to find in the NFL. Now, maybe he's not what he was 5 years ago. Maybe he's not Saquon Barkley today, but
he still ran for like 1,900 yards a year ago, right? Yeah, he's a problem.
He's a big problem.
All right, so we have the Lions there for you guys, too. Tigers Talk, 248-539-9797. Let's get to Keith in Oxford. Keith, good morning.
Hey, morning. I disagree with your thoughts about ownership, and I say that for a couple of reasons. One, if you look at the owner, he owns two teams that are doing the exact same thing at the trade deadline and before the season. They're trading and getting and acquiring has-been players or players that never will be, and that's a fact. So that's on Elitch. He won't open up the purse strings. Number two, when it comes to the Tigers and this season, winners want to go someplace when the trade deadline is there. So none of those players probably turned down anything. We just didn't offer what we needed to get them. That's just my opinion of the whole thing.
Well, you're right about that point. I mean, you go back to Bregman. He gave a counteroffer in the offseason. They didn't want to match it. They didn't like the terms. They lose out on Bregman. You get to the deadline. They made phone calls. We know that. They didn't like the terms. They didn't pull the trigger. They don't get the players. And now you're left looking at September wondering, do we have enough talent to actually get over the hump and finish this thing out and avoid a collapse? And more questions than answers.
There are.
But I want to point out, so he brought up Ilitch and the fact that he owns both teams. The Red Wings, I think Steve Yzerman is doing this of his own volition.
Yeah.
Like, his belief is we're not good enough to buy. You can't say the same about the Tigers.
Well, and it's apples to oranges because you're talking about one sport that has a salary cap,
right,
and one that doesn't. And if they hadn't tried or put their best foot forward to get Alex Bregman before the season, and that I think is a huge indicator that Ilitch was ready to say, let's go for it.
To a certain dollar.
To a certain dollar, yeah. But now at the trade deadline, like, they did nothing to help this team.
And that's a purely Harris. The deadline's about the GM. The salary.
But I still think the majority of the blame lands on the player's shoulders, should land on the player's shoulders.
And that's fine. That, look, you can cut it up however you want. We've been doing it all morning. My point would just be at the trade deadline for both the hockey and the baseball teams, ownership is not forced to spend a ridiculous amount of money if you add. You're getting prorated, half season, third of a season left to go, right? Giving up prospects and draft picks cost ownership nothing. Like, it's not an ownership question at that level. If you have issues with Chris Ilitch, like, okay. But I think this is one area where we have to look at the head decision makers of each team. Yzerman didn't feel like they were good enough to add. Harris felt like they didn't need to add. 248-539-9797. Let's get to Zach in Cadillac. Good morning. You're on 97.1.
Good morning, guys.
What's up?
Good morning.
Morning. I just wanted to say, if Scott Harris doesn't want to make a trade and he wants these young kids to play, let them play.
What do you mean?
Bring up McGonigal, bring up Clark, bring up all these young kids. They're talking experience. They don't want to be good for a couple years. Let's give these kids a taste of the majors, even though we know they're not ready, but they got to be better than what we're watching.
You're basically saying call Scott Harris's bluff.
Yeah, pretty much. Because I think I know he's done it with the Cubs, but he hasn't impressed me since he came over. Not one bit, especially our bullpen.
Yeah, they've really tried to lean on the fact that Federer's like a magician, and they haven't offered him real solutions, and eventually it's going to blow up in your face. And again, since the deadline, team ERA 22nd in all of baseball. Was a strength, now an issue.
Well, and then you pair that with bats that have gone absolutely dead. It's not a winning formula.
Yeah, I have the month of September for the bats, John, and it's 22nd in runs scored, 23rd in home runs, 23rd in batting average, 22nd in OPS. Bottom
None
third
of those
in baseball.
numbers scream playoffs.
None. That's how you find yourself in this spot. I'm not putting it all on Harris, to be clear. Like, the player's got to play. Players shouldn't blow a record lead. But the fact that they don't have better options for AJ, the fact that there aren't better answers when guys have issues and struggle, that's a Scott Harris problem. Phone calls, ticket text. We got the Lions in the mix. Tiger blame game. It's 97-1.
America's favorite place to watch, well, let's just say football. It's not been a great viewing for baseball, but it's at Stadium Swim, located at Circa Resort and Casino. You catch all the biggest games at a viewing experience built for sports fans. Chill in one of the 6 pools on 3 different levels for a perfect view of their massive 40-foot-tall, high-definition screen located at Circa Resort and Casino in downtown Las Vegas, and it's right there on Fremont Street. Stadium Swim. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com.
Lost every game in the 6-game homestand. Still have a 1-game lead. For how long? Who the hell knows? It's been brutal. Ticket Texture says, if you would have told me September 10th that this was going to happen, I would have thought you were crazy. We blew out the Yankees 11-1 and we're riding high. Back-to-back good starts from Flaherty and Mize. This is the craziest sports nightmare of my 45 years. Nothing compares, and I want to wake up. Playing the blame game. Plenty to go around. Pete and Warren, good morning.
Man, that ticket texter is in just a nightmare, man. Wow. Hi, good morning, fellas. How you doing?
Good.
Yeah, listen, what I want to do, you hear the blame the players, blame Harris, some people blaming AJ. Nobody to me, and then a couple callers ago kind of took my thunder to mention Chris Ilitch. And the reason why I say that, guys, is you guys had talked about how they put Band-Aids on this at the trade deadline. Okay, now I'm assuming if you go after a player that's somewhat good or whatever, they're under contract, you have to assume their contract.
Yes.
Well, maybe that's what Chris Ilitch told Harris. Hey, look, dude, put all the Band-Aids you want, but don't spend over any money because this is where we're capping our limit this year. I mean, is that a possibility?
Look,
is that a thought?
I can't tell you he didn't do it because I don't know.
No.
I just know in the offseason they had greenlit another, $28 million to be spent on Bregman.
Right.
Wasn't enough, wasn't formatted the right way, but they were willing to put that much more on the payroll for the current season. Nobody they were going to acquire at the deadline was going to impact payroll as much as the Bregman offer would have.
And in the conversations that we don't know, if you want to blame ownership, it's you point more towards the hockey side of things because it becomes about accountability.
Yeah.
How long do you get? What are the conversations after the season to say, okay, next year it's this result or else?
Yeah, I wish Chris Ilitch was pulling a Carly Ursay, like that dialed in level of detail and applying more pressure specifically on the hockey side of things.
Right. And so I don't know that it'll be interesting to see what the level of accountability is for players or coaches or front office staff. If they do end up missing the playoffs, what are the penalties for losing a 14-game lead or a 15.5-game lead against the team that would ultimately win the division?
I don't think anyone's getting fired. But what would the edict be in the offseason?
Right. Yeah. So it is, hey, you were in the playoffs a year ago. Seemed a little bit like a miracle. Now you aren't in the playoffs, and it seems like a tragedy. What's the mandate for next year and moving forward? Is it simply you better be right or else you're gone? Like, you better be right on Max Clark and all of the guys that you're looking at going, McGonigal, he better be a major contributor.
This is where you bleed over to hockey, because what would happen would be Clark's not coming up next year, I don't think.
No.
So let's call it debut in 27. Predictably, he will hit some hiccups and struggle. That first year's kind of a wash. 28, you're starting to hope that he's solidifying himself as a bona fide dude. That's years away, and that's kind of what I've run into with hockey, is when I complain, people go, well, it takes a long time. It's going to take a long time for Clark and McGonigal. You can't be overly critical. You can't give up on them early. It takes time. And then all of a sudden you realize, oh, it's been 7 years in the case of Yzerman, or 10 years without the playoffs. And it happens because you just keep allowing it, because there isn't accountability or urgency.
Well, the last year the Tigers competed was 2016, right? They failed. They went down to Atlanta with a shot to get in the playoffs.
Yeah, they had a winning record in 2016.
27 is the 10 years that Yzerman's getting.
Again, I'll go back to it. I would hope that Harris is scarred from this deadline, that he is a changed man after this deadline, that he does not allow himself to be this cowardly at future deadlines when they're in contention.
So, Twitter poll update, you're now above 30%. Harris is 41 in terms of the blame.
So I did the
I will
math
say
on
that
it.
somebody brought this up on text. I want to take the credit, but the Tigers free fall in your proclamation, the disco last year, Red Wings going to games they don't do well when you go.
I had a winning record last year.
How's Clemson factor into this? Data.
If it happens enough, there's got to be some facts behind it. So just in case of anyone who was wondering what I did the math on, the percentages right now, out of 1,028 votes, Scott Harris leads it with the percentage of 41.2%, but that's 424 votes. Jim Costa is coming in second right now with 30.8%, and that is 317 votes. So you have a cushion between 1 and 2.
Thanks, Poindexter.
Players, 270 votes. Well, okay, the math is not hard to do.
You take sick joy in this. So, Tom, what's the answer? Don't believe in anything ever again. That's how I'm going to live the rest of my life. Don't have an opinion.
I mean, I thought you were pretty safe. I went with you, too. Just a week later, I wasn't first. First win. First one always gets the...
Hand on my heart, I did not see the largest collapse in Tigers baseball happening this year.
This is what needs to happen. Everybody wants you just to say, oh, bury the Tigers. It's got to be from the heart. We've always said this. It's got to be directly from the heart. We need Skubal to get clocked tomorrow night. The division's tied. And then Costa comes in here emotionally, like, wrecked the next morning and says, this is done. I'm burying them. It's over. Just like, then maybe it will work.
I did see someone from the fan base hired a witch over the weekend.
Oh, the same witch that happened in Seattle?
Yeah, it didn't help. We're running out of options, guys. Let's get to Heather with the news.
So this is a pretty cool story. A Michigan teen is making history, becoming the first woman eligible to be drafted into the new Women's Professional Baseball League.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
How cool is this? So the league will be the first of its kind in over 70 years. It's going to debut in 2026. And of the 600 women worldwide who attended tryouts in August, only 150 were selected to be eligible for the upcoming draft, and only one Michigan player made the cut. 19-year-old Bella Villarreal has been playing baseball, not softball, since she was 4 years old. It sounds like it was her dad that got her into it, that they just played baseball out in the yard. They played catch with the baseball, and it's pretty cool.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, League of Their Own Part 2.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wonder who's going to play Marla Hooch.
Anyway, Jordan Hudson, you guys, she made an appearance on the sidelines ahead of Bill Belichick and the University of North Carolina's game on Saturday. And while, her being there is nothing new, right? She's kind of inserted herself into that scene. It was her outfit this time that turned heads. So she wore this like off the shoulders top, a snake print miniskirt, and some white knee-high high-heeled boots. And it left some people stunned, apparently, and asking if the look was appropriate or if the attire was appropriate for a game. I was...
I should note that Carolina lost by 25.
Incredible. I didn't know we had that. I need that on the board. No, I didn't see how Jordan Hudson looked, but I did see Central Florida, UCF, after the game, trolling Belichick.
The yoga.
Yeah.
Posting the photo from the beach with their mascot and the W.
Yeah.
They had some fun at his expense.
Yeah.
As you would expect.
That's funny. I think I was expecting something different from her outfit. I feel like nowadays you wear whatever you want.
Yeah.
And I wasn't that. She looks great.
The only issue is her on the sidelines.
Which is completely different than what she's wearing. Sure.
So you're saying being on the sideline.
Yeah, being on the sideline.
She could be wearing anything and you'd have an issue with her being on the sideline.
Yeah,
sometimes your defensive coordinator's on the field. Like that happens.
Oh, or it is her outfit.
It's both. It's her outfit on the sideline.
I see. On Wednesday, a panel of U.S. House lawmakers approved a bill that would require all cars sold in the U.S. to be able to play AM radio broadcasts. So supporters of this measure argue that requiring vehicles to have AM radio will help ensure that the public has access to information specifically during emergencies, right? Like a natural disaster. So this bill directs the U.S. Department of Transportation to, within a year, issue a rule requiring automakers to offer AM radio in their new vehicles at no additional cost for 8 years.
Okay.
I have no issue with I feel
Yeah.
like cars. Why not have AM radio?
You should.
Yes.
You're torn on this?
When was the last time you guys listened to an AM station?
Sometimes I actually do. I have one programmed and I listen on the way in. Sometimes if there's some sort of news that's
WWJ,
yeah.
right? Sometimes
I'll
the
tune in
sports
on my
games
morning.
get kicked to like the second, especially with how busy we are around here. Sometimes like a hockey game or a baseball game gets kicked for football. And
yeah.
But we're also lucky here. We don't have a whole lot of natural disasters,
Right.
where
Correct.
we
Yes.
need
Hurricanes,
to rely on the
earthquakes.
AM, right?
Yeah.
But people in other states do
it
deal
can be
with
a
that.
lifeline.
Yeah, for sure.
You can listen to the Red Wings tomorrow night on a WWJ.
Preseason
9:50 a.m.
hockey, baby. There you
Look
go.
at that.
I'll ask that question on Wednesday morning. What's the last time you listened to AM radio? No.
Heather with the news. Coming up next, Overreact Gyms from the weekend, 97.1.
Hey, Lions fans, Heather here to tell you Verizon is helping you get your gear game ready. Now through September 30th, visit a participating Detroit Verizon store and you can score big. Choose an accessory for your phone, tablet, or gaming device worth up to $70 on us with a new phone purchase on select My Plan activations. Think of it, a new phone case, an extra long charging cable, or a portable battery pack to keep you powered up all game day long. Make your move now and switch to the #1 network in Detroit. Visit your local Verizon store today. Only on Verizon, the official 5G network of the Detroit Lions. Accessory offer while supplies last to first customers during promo period. One gift per purchase per account. Apple accessories ineligible. See store for additional terms and details based on Root Metrics Detroit Root Score Report 1H 2025. Tested with best commercially available smartphones on 3 national mobile networks across all available network types. Your experiences may vary. Root Metrics rankings are not an endorsement of Verizon.
If you've been thinking about replacing your roof, now's the time, especially with fall and winter right around the corner. You got to protect that investment. My friends at Rapid Roofing are running a special Labor Day promotion right now. Choose between $2,000 off a brand new roof or take advantage of 0% financing until 2030. With approved credit, Rapid Roofing installs only top quality materials backed by the best warranties in the business, and most jobs are completed in just one day. Call 888-360-ROOF or go to rapidroofing.com for your free inspection today. That's 888-360-ROOF. Offer valid until September 30th. Not applicable with any other promotions. Other restrictions may apply. See website for more details.
Same. Good morning, 97.1, talking Tigers, blame game, 248-539-9797. They are up a game with a week to go. 6 games left in the season. And I can't do like the phony, hey, well, rather be here than the other side of things. I'd rather be playing better baseball, because if they don't play better baseball, John, they're going to miss the playoffs entirely.
Yeah, I mean, so the facts are they have a 1-game lead, and that's eroded away from 14 over the Royals, 15.5 at one point over the Guardians. Now it's 1. They have 6 games left. 3 of those happen to be against the Guardians.
And two of the games down the stretch are going to feature Tarek Skubal.
Right, and if you're going to go into the postseason and you're going to say, okay, well, who's the number 2? If it's Jack Flaherty or if it's Casey Mize, flip a coin. You have a chance. This is a playoff series. You win, you're in. And it is Tarek Skubal, Flaherty, and they have yet to say who's going to pitch the 3rd game. I'm guessing Mize?
Yeah, probably.
I mean, it seems to be the way the numbers work out. So if that's what you're going into the playoffs with and you want to win in the postseason, you have a chance to earn it now. And if you don't, then you don't deserve it.
It's well said. You know who won't pitch? Charlie Morton.
No.
DFA'd over the weekend. For all the hype, hey, maybe he can be Kenny Rogers, and there's still a little bit left. He had an ERA of 7, and they had to wave the white flag and release him outright. Chris Paddock was the other starter they added. He's been relegated to the bullpen. His ERA is over 6. You just start looking at the guys they added at the trade deadline. And we can get into who they didn't add, right? Moves we wish they would have made. Yeah. How about the moves they just did make and weren't very good? Like, John, they've gotten worse. Forget about better. These moves made the team worse. 248-539-9797. That's why I put the most of it on Scott Harris. And it's not all on him. The players got to execute, right? You could make an AJ issue out of a decision here or there. Overwhelmingly, this is Scott Harris's fault. He talked about being haunted by a move. You know, if they made a move, it would have haunted this franchise. This is more haunting. The largest franchise collapse is more haunting than giving up Max Anderson.
Yes. In the short term. In the here and now. Because we have no idea what Max Anderson is going to be. But that's where Scott Harris has hitched his wagon. That's where Scott Harris has put all of his eggs in 27 and 28. And so as we're sitting here right now, if you're not going to make the postseason now, you're not going to make those moves, then in 27 and 28, the expectation is that you're favorite going into the postseason, that you're favorites to be in the World Series. And I'm not going to say favorites to win the World Series, because you still have teams in the National League and you got some in the American League that are just going to spend more than you. Those are the facts.
And I use Max Anderson, not that like there's a report that he could have landed them all the wonders of the world, but he ranked right around the same spot in the Tigers organization as the centerpiece in the Suarez deal, the centerpiece in the Naylor deal, the centerpiece in the Bednar deal. Like, that was a comparable piece that was moved in other organizations. And if Harris had to give up just a little more, it wouldn't be mortgaging the future. It would be trying to win.
Well, okay, so at the trade deadline, we're going to use Tiger names, but let's just say, did anyone give up a McGonigal-like player?
Didn't the Padres?
The Padres made the move for Mason Miller, where they gave up a top 100 prospect. He
okay,
was the
top 100.
The only one. Well, I think he might have been top 25. But that was like, you're getting how many years of control of Mason Miller? It was
4.
like 4 years of control for one of the best closers in baseball.
But we're talking about, my point is, McGonigal is, depending on where you look, he is top 3 in baseball. Max Clark, top 10 in baseball. Everything after that, especially if you've got a C behind your name, and it's not for captain, it's Briseño or Lorenzo, who are is number 3 in the Tigers organization. Lorenzo is number 5 in the organization. If you believe that Dylan Dingler is your guy moving forward, and I believe that, I don't know if there's anybody that doesn't believe that, then those are guys that you would think are somewhat expendable.
Ticket Texter says the Tigers did exactly what the Orioles did last year, and it's getting served to them the same way. The old saying, it takes money to make money, well, it's the same in baseball. It takes players to get players. They screwed up. Tigers fan here, I don't care at all. I've been fully expecting this since July. The front office knew where this team was, way overperforming, and decided there weren't enough players available at the deadline to put them over the top. Smart move, in my opinion. Would have required bullpen, hitting, and starting pitching overhauls. Just too much. They're the 2024 Minnesota Vikings. Everybody knew they weren't real contenders.
The Vikings made the playoffs. I mean, to me, that's where you owe the team something at the deadline. You have a GM now who I would say had a pretty bad first deadline in terms of being a seller. And he's had a pretty bad first deadline being a buyer. I think we all agree last year we're neutral kind on what happened.
Sure.
I mean, look, they got something for Flaherty, and who knows if it would have worked out if Flaherty was here. So, I mean, to me, though, certainly Scott Harris is number one to blame, but you got to look at the players. Like, I have a major problem with what Will Vest did Saturday. He let the entire team down. They were going to win that game. AJ, one of the quotes from yesterday is like, we're just trying to find a win. You found it on Saturday, and then Vest blew it. I mean, he's been terrible in September. He's given up 14 hits and 7 innings pitched. That's just awful. 6 runs. Like, that's not...
And I think what kills him, too, is like Torque gave them the comeback, right? McKinstry hit a homer, and then Torque hit a homer, and it felt like, okay, if there's going to be a moment, this is as good as any. Win the game, settle down. If that happens, they're up 2 right now.
Right.
With Skubal on Thursday, a chance to go up 3 in the final series.
Skubal Tuesday.
Sorry, excuse me. Days are all screwed up. Yeah, Tuesday for Skubal. The next game for them is Skubal. All of a sudden, things change quickly.
Right.
And there, you could point to any number of little things along the way here, where if they had won one here or won one here or won one there. But is it a talent issue? Do they not have enough talent?
I think it's this total collapse is on the players. Like, they should be doing better. They are in a slump. A lot of guys are better than this. But big picture wise, had Harris done a thing or two, you'd be looking at something different. Like Suarez has a bad batting average, but he's hit some home runs. I mean, that's what wins you a tight game. It's so frustrating. I can't believe we're sitting here in this position. Like, the fact that it's this quick too. Like, they're already in jeopardy a week left. You know what I'm saying? If this thing was going to play out like a week ago when we started, oh no, we're tiptoeing towards the
5.5 games.
Yeah, that it wouldn't be so soon.
Drastic.
It's kind of like how the Tigers clinched last year. Remember, they actually went 31-11, and they lost the last 2.
And Minnesota absolutely fell apart.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, if this collapse plays out the way it is, it's more dramatic than even their route to the playoffs last year.
Yeah. Well, it's the biggest. Okay, so this is the deal. It'll tie for the biggest divisional collapse in baseball history. That's the 78 Red Sox collapse. But it will be the biggest comeback ever, 15.5 games for the Guardians, because the 14-game collapse is the Tigers were leading the Royals by 14. The Guardians were 15.5 back at that time.
Yeah, think about it. I mean, the Tigers didn't win the division last year with that miraculous comeback. The Guardians are set to do that. Text says, Costa, you're crazy. You act like they would have been way better if they made a couple deadline deals. We're not losing games by a run. We're getting crushed every game and in different ways. You can't look at this and tell me a more proactive deadline doesn't give them 2 or 3 more wins, which suddenly puts a first-round bye back on the table and Skubal twice in a 5-game series. Like, I just hate the people who want to justify not doing anything. Because, we saw it both sides.
Sure, it's possible. It could have given them 2 or 3. It's likely they would have gotten 2 or 3 more wins, and it's a different conversation. But we don't know. Maybe the collapse would have been just as bad.
And I don't know who sent this ticket text, but it's like the water carrying that we heard before the deadline. When they were winning, it was, where would you play anybody they can't possibly add? And then they went on the losing skid, and it was, well, they're not good enough. They shouldn't possibly add. So is the answer they just should never add? Because I feel like there's a lot of people in this fan base that want to defend what they do no matter what, and it's becoming the indefensible. They miss out on the playoffs entirely. I don't know how you make that argument. It's 97-1. Ticket text phone calls, talking Lions in the second half of the hour here. You got Monday night matchup with the Ravens looming. What's at stake? What's the expectation? Trying to make heads or tails of this Tigers team. Text says, Harris donated $15 million to the Alex Cobb retirement fund, got bamboozled by Flaherty, traded for washed arms, Paddock, and Morton after losing Olsen and Job. It's on him, Joe in Novi. This is 100% on Harris. He's arrogant and in love with his prospects. He failed his team. He didn't do his job.
This is a lot about what I talk about in regards to, like, when we're talking about college football or the NFL. Like, coaches aren't out there playing. Like, they coach middle of the week, and yeah, they make some adjustments here and there, and they're the ones calling the plays, but it's all about the execution on the field. That's why I always go more times than not to players. Sure, not adding or making your team better by adding better players, that's always going to be a factor. But the fact that you've got Riley Green, Gleyber Torres, Javi Baez, Wenzel Perez has been bad in the month of September as well. McKinstry's been okay. And Torque has been good, but you're not getting enough from the players. And then you start talking about, at the beginning of the month, it was the starting pitching. We couldn't get consistent performances by Flaherty or Mize. Then you get a couple of those, but the bats are gone. And then all of a sudden, you get a home run by Spencer Torkelson, and you think, yes, we're finally going to be able to get a win. And then it's the bullpen that lets you down. And Will Vest.
I'm not trying to absolve the players at all. And I think Tom said this a while back. It's a pretty good read. You've lived here your whole life. You know the market. We don't blame the players enough in this city. We tend to just skip a couple steps and go right to management. The players shouldn't be absolved from this. But then I look at like Charlie Morton with a 7 ERA, and what am I supposed to do? Go, hey, you're a bum, you suck. Yeah, you never should have been traded for. You never should have been put in that position in the first place. Hey, Chris Paddock, you're a bum, it's all your fault. No, you shouldn't be here. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah. Zach McKinstry, you're not an all-star. You probably never were. You were hot for half a season, right? Like, Javi Baez, it was lightning in a bottle. You're not that good.
Well, and so in McKinstry's defense, like, it was way down the list.
He was an alternate that got in.
Yeah.
But my point then is, like, you're asking these, like, you know, even AJ would go, well, we got an all-star. Okay, but, like, come on, guys. Are we banking on it or not? And they banked on it. Kind of like Baltimore last year. I thought that ticket text was spot on. We got a couple more echoing the sentiment. Baltimore paid for last year, not being more aggressive at the deadline. The idea that it's always promised, right? John, it's a young ball club. They don't make it this year, rats will get them next year. Ask Baltimore about it.
Yeah, and what were they doing at this year's trade deadline?
Selling. Mm-hmm. Life comes at you fast. Max, or Dan in Detroit, you're on 97.1.
Hey, you kind of stole my thunder there. I had an argument around the trade deadline with somebody that this isn't their average. They were way above their averages. McKinstry's not an all-star. Baez isn't an all-star. Torkelson, you see their lifetime averages. That's why they are what they are. And they were playing way above their averages. And people are like kind of wondering what's going on. I'm like, this is what most of them are. There's three players, Green, Torres, and Dingler, that are playing good baseball, that are, I mean,
Riley Green?
Average baseball, average. Well,
not Green this month.
You know,
and I think
not this month.
And
but what I'm saying is,
yeah.
You see what I'm saying.
I know what you mean. Is you can count on one hand the number of decent ball players,
right,
or above average ball players.
They said, whose place are they going to take? Seriously.
I know.
I mean, we have a bunch of players that are platoon players.
And that's by design from the organization.
And I think three of our teams did that to us. The Red Wings, the Lions, and the Tigers all are looking towards the future. Well, we were good. Go above being good. Be great. And don't worry about 5 years from now. You know, how many of our
prospects because if you know what
out?
you're doing, you're going to get more prospects. Like, that's the thing I don't understand. Like, if Scott Harris is identifying these gems, you're going to restock your farm system in short order. And hell, he already did in short order. Do it again. Brad Holmes has drafted so well, not only with his first-round picks, but some later picks. So if I have to burn something, trust my guy to restock it 3-4 years down the road, all while trying to maximize the best chance to win right now. I mean, Steve Yzerman's already decorated his pipeline full of all these first and second round draft picks, and either he's got the guys or he doesn't. I mean, if he doesn't, this is going to take forever. It's time to start trying to go to the next level. You know, the only one he didn't mention is the Pistons, and Langdon's only been here a year and actually did a pretty good job.
Yeah, I mean, they actually got Cade Cunningham a little bit of help, ran an offense that felt like they were maximizing what they had.
Yeah, think about it. They added Tobias Harris. They added Malik Beasley. They added Schroeder. Was a sneaky way to
acquisition at the deadline.
We're not a title contender, but we got to do something, and he did something meaningful.
Now we'll see
the Schroeder
what
deal
it is in year 2.
Right. And the expectations change, and they've acknowledged that. 248-539-9797. Let's get to Tom in Macomb. Good morning, Tom.
Hey, guys. How are you?
Good.
What's up?
Hey, just listening to all these discussions about the Tigers, and everybody brings Scooble up like it's a guarantee. It's a lock that is a good possibility for a win. Do we know how many wins this guy has since the first or second series before his All-Star break? It's not even a handful.
I mean, I can get it for you, but so yeah, your concern is he isn't pitching well or they aren't supporting him?
Well, it's that. Plus, I don't think he's as durable and as emotionally tough as pitchers we've had in the past. I keep hearing vultures compare him to Verlander, Scherzer. I don't look at it like that. I look at this guy gets rattled when one little thing gets set off on it during a game, and then things just unravel with him. You got to have a guy that's willing to go 9 innings that can do that. Him and Flaherty have been really disappointing, to say the least. They definitely need to draft some contact hitters, too.
Well, they think they have one. I mean, look, McGonigal, that's his whole profile. He's a bat-the-ball guy, great swing decisions. He's like the prototypical contact hitter. Problem is, they're not calling him up. His development is more important than winning right now. And more important than winning right now is also kind of the sentiment at the deadline. The Scooble thing, I looked it up for him. Since the start of July, he's thrown in 13 games. The team is 8-5. He is 3-3. He pitched 80 innings, which is just over 6 innings per outing, with an ERA of 2.35. He's pitched fine. They aren't winning all those games, but that speaks to bigger issues.
Correct. I mean, there's a lot that goes into it. In games that he has pitched, I mean, you mentioned it, like the wins and the losses, like some of those are credited to the pitcher, some of them aren't.
John, what do you make of this ticket text? Ben Verlander tweeted out, "We didn't reach out to Justin Verlander. Makes me angry."
Okay.
Would have been a better option than Morton, right?
Sure.
I do think even at the deadline, they thought they were going to get something from Cobb. That was a pretty...
There's no question they thought that they were.
Yeah, I mean...
Until Cobb wrote his letter, like we kind of all thought that, well, I don't know if we thought, but I know that they thought they were going to get something from him.
Yeah, but that's a pretty big risk. When you heard the reports, what was it, back in June or early July, that he was having just, it wasn't the arm problems, it was just hip discomfort. And it's like, I just think they thought they could piece it together with guys like Morton and Paddock.
But that's why people say it's their hubris. It's their arrogance. We can make it work with who and what and when and how.
And when he said, my job's to make the playoffs, did he already think they had made the playoffs? Probably. You'll never get him to admit that. He can't go on. I mean, look what happens when Jim says what he says.
Yeah.
Look, there's still a world where this team wins the division and makes the playoffs and all that stuff. But if they don't, I'm fascinated to hear how they're going to spin it in a postseason press conference.
I think they assumed they were in. I do.
I think we all, I mean, hell, I did. I think we all did.
You did it a month earlier.
So I think we all thought they'd make it. Now, what do they attribute to this?
Again, that's why I go to. That's where I blame the players. Like they shouldn't be this bad.
Nope.
But he didn't do enough, and he let other teams catch him.
Yeah, that's the other thing we pointed out. It's not just the moves you make; it's the move everybody else makes around you. Anyway,
well, and it's. I mean, you're going. We'll get much more time to talk about this.
Yeah, 'cause the season's not over yet.
No, well, and neither is the show.
Good point. 9:35 Lions, 97.1.
Hey, when it comes to an IRS collection or audit, Abraham & Rose has successfully specialized in resolving all types of tax problems for over 30 years. Their extensive experience means that when you're facing an IRS collection or audit, you can rely on their firm. Many law firms come and go, but for 30 years of experience, it's a testament to their success. Their experienced team is ready to evaluate any underlying federal or state income taxes or payroll taxes. All you have to do is visit abrahamandrose.com or call 248-539-5040 so you never personally have to deal with the IRS.
Did something recently that people dread. No, not guaranteeing your baseball team will win the division in July. I went and got a cavity filled. And I think that's part of why people don't go to the dentist. They worry, what if I have cavities and they have to do work? I went to Brightside Dental. They made it easy. They made it painless. A little numbing. They communicate every step of the process. There's no surprises. And they make sure they get the bite right. There's attention to detail. 9 Metro Detroit locations, including one right around the corner from you. $35 new patient special. That covers exams, covers x-rays, and there's no hidden fees. So make an appointment. Get back in that routine. It doesn't have to be scary going to the dentist. 1-800-PAINLESS, BrightsideDental.com. Tell them Jim Costa and The Morning Show sent you. That's Brightside Dental. No judgment, just care. Ugh, I don't know about that. Good morning, 97.1, Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park, Gov, and Greg behind the glass. You've heard Dustin Fiocco on the updates. John, you had a thought?
Yeah, and so just to finish the thought that I had, going into the break, we knew in September, all right, you're going to face New York, both teams, total of 6 times. You're going to face Cleveland, 6 times. You're going to face Atlanta. You're going to face, the schedule was tougher in September to finish out the season, Boston to end the season. That's why when you're playing teams like Pittsburgh in July, you can't get swept.
No.
And then you think about the series against the White Sox. Mm-hmm. Even before that, it's at the Athletics. You get swept. You lose a series to the White Sox. Miami, when you don't even know any of the players that are on their roster, you can't pronounce their names. Wait, who is this? What are we checking out? They're just trying to find a home for
they're throwing
next
a guy
year
named Jansen Junk.
Yeah. You lose that series. Like,
who?
Yeah, exactly. You're right. Those little things add up.
Oh, how about Saturday? I was blaming Vest for blowing it and stuff. And
do you see who was pitching? Joey Wentz.
Exactly.
Come on.
Like the vibes. There are karma things. There's weird things like Nacho Alvarez Jr., 2 home runs, first 2 career home runs in Saturday's game. I've never heard of a Nacho, anybody named Nacho in my life. But he's a junior, so there has to be a senior, right?
Yeah, yes, Tom.
Senior. A senior, yes.
Yes, Tom. Yes. Up 1 week to go. This week, everything's on the table, right? I mean, this
I've been
is
sitting on that one. I'm
proud of you.
Oh, man.
Okay.
That was a little Stony-ish too, wasn't it?
It was very Stony-ish, yes.
A little bit.
But my point is, if you're going to be a team that's able to build up this great lead in the division, and you're looking and thinking, we have some injuries. You lost Reese Olson. What do we have to do? We've got to be able to win a game against some of the bad teams because we know we got some really good ones that we're going to face.
I have a question looking at our poll. Question today is, who do you blame most for the Tiger collapse? Scott Harris, AJ Hinch, the players, or Jim Costa? Scott Harris is correctly leading the poll. I'm in second place with basically 30% of the vote.
That's everything that Tom was talking about, the karma.
Can I ask a question? If they make the playoffs, can we run the same poll? Will I get credit? If I'm to blame, then certainly I should get credit if they make it.
I think we should certainly run the same poll in that order.
I honestly, if they blow this, I don't know what the ramifications are for you down the road.
Don't guarantee anything ever again. It's going to make for one hell of a radio career.
Think the TV station's going to show up here to do a story on you?
I do want to point out, I took them to beat the Astros last year in the playoffs and was right. I had the Lions winning 15 games. Was right.
Yeah, but the whole
Dabo was waking up this morning going, who's this Costa guy?
Yeah, we're cursed off.
Of what some idiot in Detroit said?
This radio host picks Clemson to win the national championship.
16 returning starters. How could they possibly miss out? He's going to win the Heisman.
1-3.
Oh.
Double-digit discos.
Yeah, and that one, they were down at 16 at half.
It would be okay, this is the story. Rob Wolchek puts you in the Hall of Shame. And they start the feature because he always cheeses them up and stuff.
Yeah.
And it was like disco music in the background. Radio host in Detroit keeps cursing our teams. Now it's gone national with Clemson. You're in the Hall of Shame.
Thanks, Tom. Heather with the news.
So, Los Angeles Angels star Mike Trout, he hit his 400th home run of his career on Saturday, which is pretty cool.
Monster shot.
Yeah, huge. And his big moment became a very memorable moment for the fan who caught the ball, which is pretty incredible. So this fan, Alberto, was at the game with his wife and his 2 children, caught the ball barehanded, which is pretty darn cool.
Yeah.
And then afterward, he and his family got to go meet Trout. They returned that home run ball, and then in return, they got some signed bats. But what's even cooler is that one of the fans' requests was, hey,
Can I play catch?
Can I play catch with you?
Yeah.
Out on the field, they went out there and played a game of catch, which is pretty darn cool. Something he's going to remember for a very long time. So Trout is the 59th player in history to reach 400 home runs, but he's just the 20th to hit all 400 with one franchise.
Yeah.
Cool stats.
Yeah.
The only thing I wonder is how much would the ball have been worth if he just sold it? And is it worth more than the game of catch? Well, no, some of these balls go for like hundreds of thousands of dollars.
He could have made a lot of money.
I mean, am I wrong that I would take the money?
You, of course, would take the money. You're selling free tickets.
Yes.
I mean, you would take the money.
Would you planted your flag
before we
on that.
vilify me, would you, Heather?
My instant reaction would be to give the ball back. I could be convinced by
one
husbands
radio
or
co-host.
radio host saying,
heads.
keep the ball, you can make some money. But my instant reaction would be, they're asking me to give it back. He wants it back. Well, why not? For sure, I'll give it back to him.
Because you just won the lottery.
I don't think that's not how I would think instantly
in the
though.
moment. Yeah.
But I think that if you sat there long enough, you said, Heather, you could sell this and make some money. I'd be like, okay, but then still the pressure of them being like, he really wants this back. And I'd have to sit there and be like, no.
Yeah.
That's not really, I would feel very uncomfortable.
The signed bats are also going to be worth a lot of money.
They got those. That's
Yeah.
But I don't see them selling them.
Right.
That family.
Unless they're multiple bets, you can keep one and sell the
Sounds
others.
like they got 3.
Yeah, well,
so,
sell 2
yeah,
of them.
very cool. This is crazy. There's a Michigan ice cream shop that's luring customers with this wild challenge. It's a 6.5-pound extreme sundae challenge, okay? And it basically comes in a mixing bowl. Like, this thing is massive. Obviously, it has to be. It's 6.5 pounds. The extreme sundae challenge packs this Belgian waffle with 13 scoops of ice cream, chocolate, vanilla, strawberry, 4 different candies. You get Snickers, M&Ms, Kit Kat, Reese's. You get all different sauces, whipped cream, cookies, peanut butter, wafer. Like anything you can imagine at the shop is basically slammed into the sundae. But the rules are you get 30 minutes to eat it. If you can eat it all in 30 minutes, you're victorious. Now, it has been done. There's people who have been able to do this. There was a Michigan YouTuber, Jossum Eats, conquered the feat in 29 minutes and 44 seconds.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Do you have to eat the waffle thing too?
I think so. I think you have to
See,
eat
that's where I would
everything.
struggle. Like, if I could just say, give me the mixing bowl with just ice cream. I don't want the candy toppings. Maybe a couple cookies here and there would be good, but
it's disgusting.
the ice
really,
cream,
when you think about it.
No, it's not disgusting. It's a one-time thing.
To eat it all. Did you see the picture of this?
Sure.
To eat it all in 30 minutes, including like regular sized Snicker bars.
It's just not something that you have ever had the opportunity or really the ability to do. For those of us who have the ability, it seems pretty awesome.
Maybe. It's kind of cool. Go check it
Yeah.
out. $25 if you want to give it a try. You probably saw this. Travis Kelce was fined for making an obscene gesture during a game. Yeah, it happened on Sunday, September 14th, when the Chiefs were playing the Eagles. He made the gesture after making a 23-yard reception. You could see him running down the Philly sideline. They say gesturing to his groin, if that's how you want to call it. He was fined $14,491.
You can relabel it if you want.
No, I'll stick with
What
that.
would you call it?
For unsportsmanlike conduct and obscene gestures. Yeah. You can just watch the video. Go check it out. You know somebody else who was fined? Caitlin Clark.
Yes,
$200. And that's exactly what she did. She laughed at that fine. So she was fined by the WNBA for a comment that she made on Instagram regarding the refs following the Fever's win over the Atlanta Dream in Game 2 of their first-round playoff series. So the comment was actually in response to the Fever's Instagram account. They posted photos of the team's bench celebrating the victory. And the caption was, "The bench was rocking tonight." That's what the team posted.
Sure.
And she responded and said, "Elite bench mob and refs couldn't stop us." That was the quotes of what she wrote. Scott fined $200, and then she did laugh that off on also X with several laughing, crying emojis.
It was actually $200. That's not a joke. That was
no,
it was
$200.
actually $200.
Okay.
All right.
Not a joke.
Yep.
It's Heather with the news. Coming up next, Monday night matchup. Lions in Baltimore. It's 97.1.
Hey, I want to highlight the great value your Metro Detroit Buick GMC dealers are bringing you, our listeners, this month. Maybe you need a new truck in the driveway. Get Motor City's hottest truck, the GMC Sierra 1500 Elevation, for an unbelievable $199 per month. Another thrilling option is the GMC Sierra EV, built to exceed what you thought an electric truck could be with over 600 horsepower, and that comes standard. These deals are happening right now at any of your 20 Metro Detroit Buick GMC dealers. GM estimated horsepower rating must be a current lessee of a 2020 model year or newer Buick or GMC vehicle through GM Financial for at least 30 days prior to the new vehicle sale. Tax, title, license, dealer fees extra, no security deposit, mileage charge of 25 cents per mile over 20,000 miles at participating dealers only. Residency restrictions do apply. Visit gmcofferinfo.com. That's gmcofferinfo.com for more details.
the Tiger collapse has stolen a lot of the headlines. We don't want to miss out on a chance to talk about the Lions ahead of Monday Night Football. So we're going to shift gears, talk about the matchup tonight. We want to know from you guys, what is at stake in this game and what's going to happen? What's at stake and what's going to happen? See, if the Lions win, I mean, John, it starts to put that Packer game further in the rearview mirror. Starts to make you feel like we're turning a corner. We've got some momentum. That's a big-time win.
It feels like it levels the scales a little bit.
Yeah.
It doesn't negate what happened in Green Bay, but you could start looking at some of the reasons, maybe some people call them excuses, first-time guards, hostile environment, communication broke down.
But now you go on the
coordinators.
road.
Now you go on the road, and all of those things seem to appear to be fixed. It's more. Then you start thinking, well, we don't have to ask the question anymore of, are they more like the Green Bay game or are they more like the Chicago game?
Well, what was our answer?
More like the Chicago game.
And the only hang-up was you want to see it against a better opponent.
On the road.
Yeah. Now you get a chance to do it in Baltimore. Look, if they win the game, you get some credibility. I don't know how defining it is, though, because we watched this team win 15 regular season games a year ago, and the only thing that defines this team ultimately is the postseason. But you want steps along the way that offer you encouragement that you can be the team that's the last standing.
Yeah, because last year...
This is as big a test as any this season.
Last year, the two regular season games that they lost were both... No, one was were both at home.
Bucks
and the Bills.
And the Bills, yeah.
Yeah, so they were a team that was undefeated on the road, which we had talked about.
Yeah.
So, obviously, this opponent is much more difficult than any road opponent that they had last year.
And on the flip side, look, this is a game... They're underdogs. They're not expected to win this game. If they fight, they compete, they battle, and they lose, it's also not devastating. They're playing without Aleem McNeil. They still have a young offensive line that's solidifying. This is not one they're expected to win.
No, I don't. In fact, I don't even know how many of us picked him on Friday to win.
Tom picked him with the points. Tom, are you sitting here going into tonight thinking they're going to win?
No. I don't think they'll win the game, but I think they're going to be able to score with them.
I do too.
Like, I think that's why I took the points. I think you're looking at a field goal, 4-point game. I mean, this is a tough team to play, man. How do you game plan? Who do you let get theirs? Because I contend you can't stop both Henry and Lamar.
No. So who's more dangerous?
I think Lamar is more dangerous, and so
who's more likable that you could stop, or likely to be able to stop?
Well, you got DJ Reader and Tyreek Williams supposed to be run stuffers. Can you clog up the middle and make Henry fight for
every yard?
Right. I mean, his last game out wasn't anything special. Cleveland was able to bottleneck him.
It's a big game for the Lions' back-end run defense, though. Because
saying safety, support players.
Yeah, because Henry can bust plays.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and he loves to get in the open field and stiff arm a safety.
Yeah. Oh, we've seen some stiff arm highlights from Derrick Henry.
And on the flip side, like if you overcommit to Henry from the secondary, if Lamar pulls a ball or extends a play, he's going to get you beat.
Yeah, it comes down to a matter of discipline, because sometimes you gotta play the odds, and you got to anticipate, not guess, but anticipate. And if you're anticipating Derrick Henry gets the ball, it may only be a step, but that's the only step a receiver needs to get behind you. And now Lamar Jackson, unlike what we saw from Caleb Williams, who couldn't make you pay for a guy getting behind you, Lamar Jackson can.
Well, and then how much of this, too, is pass rush? Week 1, it was famously terrible. Jordan Love started that game in a spacious, copious pocket. And they're going into this game without Marcus Davenport, right? The expectation is he won't play. So they're going to be down to Aiden and Muhammad and...
So what scares you more? Lamar running or Lamar passing? Because I'll give you just this is trying to rationalize a lot of things and jump through some hoops, so stay with me.
Mm-hmm.
If you can't get home and you're not applying pressure, then he doesn't escape the pocket and he doesn't extend plays in a way to pick up first downs with his feet in passing situations, and it doesn't allow time for the secondary to break down. So you make him be a passer.
Sure. I'm
not saying that's a path to victory.
I was just going to say the problem is this isn't postseason Lamar. I mean, he regularly punishes people from the pocket in the regular season. In fact, last week, 4 touchdowns, no picks. Yeah, go ahead.
It's kind of one of those damned if you do, damned if you don't.
Oh,
so you better maximize every time that you're in possession of the ball. And not only that, you better drain a little clock off. We'd love to have one-play drives that all end in touchdowns. That's not likely. But if you can have an 8-play drive that takes off 6.5 minutes, follow it with a 10-play drive that maybe takes off 7.5 minutes. If they don't have the ball, they can't score.
Think about it, too. It takes the crowd out of the game. If you go on these long, back-breaking drives, 10, 12, 14 plays, their offense is sitting there. They're getting gashed on the ground. The short passing game, every third down, Goff's finding St. Brown or Laporta.
Yep.
It's a recipe to knock Baltimore out of their rhythm, play keep away, and in a game where you need the ball last, you're going to have to convert some fourth downs. You're going to have to not settle for field goals, but get touchdowns. And, John, the other thing they're going to have to do in this spot is force a turnover or two, right? In these games that end up being back-and-forth track meets, a turnover can give you the extra possession you need to win the game.
And Henry's laid the ball on the ground famously in that first game. Maybe what cost them the game.
I mean, is it Branch coming in there and ripping the ball out? Is it a tipped pass that someone gets their hands on? Maybe Terrion Arnold's first career interception.
Yeah, I think it's a big game for Arnold tonight, just what John was saying there about trying to contain Lamar. Eventually the corners are going to lose the receivers if he's got all day back there.
Yeah.
And I can just see that's where I'm a little scared. You could see, especially how Green Bay drove the ball that first drive against the Lions. The corners are chasing. But you're playing playoff Lamar, or not playoff, primetime Lamar. 22 touchdown passes, 0 interceptions, QB rating 124.3.
That is a hell of a stat. Now, the Lions have been good on primetime under Dan Campbell.
Yeah.
Primetime
That's
Campbell.
why they're going to play him tonight. It's going to be a game. I just think in the end, better team is playing at home. Go 34-30.
Yeah, it's such a weird feeling. Like, I never want to go into a game and be like, yeah, I'm okay if we lose. Like, you only get so many of these I want to win. At the same time, though, like, I don't expect them to win this game.
I was curious about the update on the stat that Lamar Jackson has this incredible record against the NFC.
Oh, yeah.
That it's something, and one, and the one is, of course, the Giants.
Giants, yeah. Do you have the updated number? It's a lot of wins to 1 loss.
I don't have the updated number, but I was just thinking about that.
Yeah. I mean, it's a tall task. And that's why if you go there and you do get a win, it adds not just a little bit of credibility, a lot of credibility. And you put everybody else that's on that tough part of the schedule on notice. And whether it's the Chiefs, I think the Eagles are obviously looking to see how you play against Baltimore, Washington, Kansas City, Cincinnati. I mean, Cincinnati might not be much of a factor anymore, but you're still on the road to Cincinnati.
Right. No, I say a little bit of credibility only in the sense that there's only so much this team can gain in the regular season. This would be as big a regular season game, maybe outside the Packer game, that they have the rest of the way. Where would this rank in terms of regular season wins for Dan Campbell?
Oh, boy, I'd have to go back.
Like last year against the Vikings is bigger because of what was at stake. It's late in the season.
Yeah.
It's 2 teams fighting for 15 wins, but there might not be many more important than this, or important's the wrong word. Significant. Impactful, sure. Where would this rank among regular season wins for Campbell? I know I'm putting you on the spot. You can think about it. We can take some phone calls. We got another little chance here for you to collect your thoughts. Let's get to Sean in Detroit. Sean, good morning. You're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning. Thank you guys for taking my call today, man. I appreciate it.
Yeah, of course.
I'm just listening to you guys this morning. Big fan. Love listening to you every day. Man, we got to get some hope in the building, in my opinion, man. We're playing a 1-1 team. They looked great on offense. Their defensive looked kind of suspect. We're reeling off of a big win. I think that if we got the tools in place with the right game plan to go in here and steal a victory tonight, I don't think we're going to blow anyone out. I don't think we're going to get blew out. But I think that we can win a game tonight against Lamar Jackson. He's immortal. Last I checked. So I just wanted to share my opinion with you guys.
Right. He bleeds. And they're missing a couple dudes on defense, to your point, Sean. If you want to add a little fuel to that fire, they're missing Van Noy and Matabuke. Yeah, and their D-line is a very good player.
Absolutely. I just think we got, some key advantages going into this. When I look at the passing offense that we present to them, they got to figure us out tonight as well. So it's not just the one-sided thing. So just wanted to give my opinion. Appreciate you guys taking my call. Have a great morning.
Hey, thanks, Sean.
I think it would probably be, going back to that, the biggest road victory for Dan Campbell would probably be at Kansas City to start the 23 season.
Yeah.
Kind of put the league on notice at that point. It's the first game of the year. Nobody but me gave him a chance.
Yeah, you can done pat yourself on the back.
No, I'll do it again. But I think, you're it's not a long list because you could talk about Tampa that year on the road. Last year, there weren't really many road games. I mean, you could mention, maybe the game at Dallas just because it was Jerry's birthday and they spanked him and everything that was going into that game about the conversations from the year prior. But there weren't a lot of great road wins last year.
Yeah, it's tough. Like, you could go back to 22. They beat the Packers on the road to close that season in a game that, quote, didn't matter, but it helped solidify kind of who they are and the grit. And to the extent that that can carry over, it did to then Kansas City the very next year. And this would be on the short list. It's just another way of pointing that out to people. Like, as far as regular season wins go, this would be up there.
Oh, this would be a huge win for him. For this year, especially with how it started at Green Bay, for the schedule to come. I think most people, when they're doing the win-loss thing before the season,
this was a loss.
Texter
says this is the gateway game. It's not crazy that we would be 5-2 or 6-1 at the bye when McNeil comes back, and then we start our second half run.
Get us hooked on the Lions.
That's right.
McNeil may be back before the bye.
Yeah. The gateway drug game.
Mm-hmm.
Win in Baltimore. It's 97-1.
Hey, Dr. B at Michigan Hair Restoration is celebrating 30 years of helping thousands of guys across Southeast Michigan regrow their hair and restore their confidence. And to celebrate, he's giving you up to 30% off any hair transplant to mark the milestone. Dr. B, he is a true pioneer. He's one of the first to use your own hair to stimulate new growth. So what once seemed like science fiction is now changing lives right here in Michigan. And he believes in it so much, not only has he had the procedure himself, he recently performed it on his son as well. So forget those outdated methods. No stitches, no staples, no embarrassing scars. Just real results with hair you can run your fingers through. He offers the most advanced treatments, including natural therapies that keep improving, and he guarantees all of them. So the sooner you go to see Dr. B, the more options you'll have. Book now at MichiganHairRestoration.com. Make sure you mention 97.1 to unlock this exclusive discount for the month of September only.
Getting everybody in the mood. Hey, it sure beats free falling. Let's talk about the Lions playing tonight against the Ravens.
Thank you, Greg. We all needed that.
We did need that. We need this tonight. Like, they don't need this to define their season, but this would be a big-time win. This would be one of the best wins regular season of Dan Campbell's tenure with the Detroit Lions. Short list. Like maybe last year Vikings with what was at stake. You want to talk like big road games? You mentioned Kansas City to kick off the 2023 season. This would be big for their credibility. It'd be big for momentum. It would quiet some of the doubt of, well, is it the Packer game or the Bears game? Can they beat a good team? Can they go on the road?
Yeah.
It's a big-time environment. And I don't think the season's over if they lose. I mean, if they lose this game, you're going to get McNeil back. You're going to need to play well at the end of the season. This is one they're not expected to win. John, I don't expect them to win. You don't expect them to win.
No, but I do expect them to be right there with a chance to win.
Ticket text. Extra day to prepare is going to be big. You have to find a way to make Lamar make tough throws. We had the stat about Lamar in primetime. Someone has the Campbell stat. 11-2 in primetime under Dan Campbell. If they play like the Bears, they'll be 12-2 come Tuesday. I'd love to do a Victory Tuesday show.
Oh, it would be great. And we will have TJ tomorrow. Still planning on the 9 o'clock hour because it's be a late night for him. But hopefully he'll get a nap and be in here rejuvenated.
Tex says a win tonight would get slotted above keeping the Packers out of the playoffs and above the Kansas City opener in terms of significance. So this would be their biggest road win under Dan Campbell. I mean, sounds right without looking at every single game.
Yeah, I mean, because obviously, the division games on the road, you could talk about, going to the Bears, going to the Packers, going to Minnesota, and we did. But in terms of high-level opponents.
So they haven't beaten, say, the Eagles on the road, or they haven't beaten, who are the teams you judge them against? I mean, they've gone out and beat the Rams.
To
they
me,
haven't beat the Bills or the Ravens
Yeah, some of it is the expectations of the teams that you're beating as well.
Yeah.
So I think the expectation of Kansas City that year was that they were going to be. I mean, they were a team that could go undefeated, and then all of a sudden you go there in their house to start the NFL season,
reigning Super Bowl champs.
Yeah, and nobody picked the Lions. The vast majority of people didn't pick the Lions in that game. It's the same thing tonight. The vast majority of people are not picking them to win tonight.
For that reason, is the Chiefs one bigger because they were the reigning champs?
Yeah.
Okay, but this is still on the short list.
When's the last time they were this big of an underdog?
5.5 points.
It has been a while.
Greg's saying Kansas City 2023?
Probably.
Well, think about it. They were favored last year in every game they lost.
Was it the NFC Championship game? I think that was 6.5 for the Niners.
I don't even remember what the spread was. Yeah.
It might be that game then.
A big road win that gets overlooked is the 12-5 season when they won at Tampa. That Tampa team made the playoffs. That's who they beat to go to the NFC Championship.
And they lost all their running backs.
I say no run game. Craig Reynolds had the big block to spring Amon-Ra, I think. Yeah. Were they wearing the
creamsicles?
They were, just like last weekend.
J-Mo had his first long touchdown catch.
Yeah.
It was underthrown a little bit.
Yeah, here we go. He's firing that up. Yeah. We had a poll question today.
Yeah.
We can check on that. Karsh and Anderson have a very sophisticated poll question to start their show, John. It is simple. Are the Lions going to win tonight?
Sometimes it's best not to overthink it.
I'm not judging them for it. It's an easy question. Gets people talking. Early returns, they're where you and me are.
No. But to our poll question. Who do you blame most for the Tigers' collapse? Still with a 1-game lead, but it's been a hell of a collapse.
6 straight losses at home, 9 of the last 10.
And the options in this order were Scott Harris, A.J. Hinch, the players, and our very own Jim Costa.
Bunch of heavy hitters.
And at the bottom was A.J. Hinch with 1.8%. The players were next at 26.9%. Jim Costa came in second for the biggest reason for the collapse at 29%, and Scott Harris won it all at 42.3%. So you are number 2.
We're looking for their number 2.
Yes.
Apparently you found me.
So I'm surprised that Hinch is it's 1.8%. That's extremely low in a poll that we usually post. Usually everything at least gets 3-4%.
Well, it's the belief that last year pitching chaos, but this year it's him pulling the right strings at the right time, especially early in the season for pinch hitters that went in there and won games, pitchers early in the season, matchups, all that stuff. And I think most people believe they wouldn't even be in this position. And I'm not talking about the collapse. I'm just talking about, leading the division without A.J. Hinch.
Correct. Give you an example. I got a friend that hosts afternoons in Cleveland, and he goes, is there going to be any talk of Hinch being fired if they blow this? And I said, no. And then you know where it's coming from. It's a Cleveland fan who would love for us to get rid of this guy because he's been such a great manager. Mm-hmm. But yeah, only 1% of the vote.
Mm-hmm. And you got 29%.
Gator, we asked people the biggest reason the Tigers are in this collapse. And I beat out the players themselves, the ones with the bats and gloves that play every single day. I lost to only that of Scott Harris, who's received most of the blame today on the show.
And one of the quotes on here, one of the replies is, I don't believe in curses, but boy, you cookies have something about you that's becoming undeniable. If I were you, I would take next week off if the Tigers miss the playoffs because listeners are not going to be nice to you.
Oh, well, that doesn't stop them right now anyway.
No. Well, you put yourself in that position.
I understand that. That's
what fortunes change tomorrow.
Yeah.
Gator, we keep saying that. Just win one of these games. Do wonders for everybody.
Wonders.
Yep.
Squibble on Tuesday. Boys, what's going on?
Well, it's, we obviously talk about the Tigers. We got a huge Monday night game to preview, which I'm excited about. Football. A little bit of college football to mix in. And, of course, Mondays mean championship. So that's the agenda.
All right. We'll get to it. What's the sigh for?
Because I don't want to talk about baseball.
Well, don't worry, Gator. In a week, you might not have to. It's 97-1.
Hello and welcome to the Carson Anderson program. Look, it's an opportunity. Everything's a great opportunity. And it's an opportunity that you don't want to be in because the thing should be wrapped up by now. It feels like. But hey, this series with Cleveland, we go into it with just this pending sense of doom, an absolute pending sense of doom, because the baseball team has been as frustrating to watch as any season we've had in a long time, and we will get into it because there's plenty to discuss with the Tigers. And Gator said, you don't want to do it. I don't want to do it, but it's obviously something that is we need to discuss it because it's been absolutely brutal. In the meantime, we got a huge Monday night game tonight, and we will preview plenty of Lions and Ravens preview. We got two Twitter poll questions out there for the people. great fans of Detroit. We do have great fans here, a deeply caring sports community that, we're very fortunate to have these jobs in this town because Detroit fans, it matters. Like many fan bases are alike, and there's a lot of cliches that get thrown out there. But having done plenty of travel and had a chance to work with people from around the country, I will tell you that we have a great sports town. And one of the reasons why there is so much angst about the Tigers is because there's so much people really care about the Tigers, and people really care about the Lions, Michigan State, and everything else. That's a hard one to watch. In the meantime, before we get into what's going on with the Tigers, how are you, Scott?
I'm all right.
Yeah?
Yeah. It's been a rough weekend, man.
Was it just the Tigers or?
Well, I mean, Michigan State on Saturday night, and I stayed up till whatever it was, 3:30 by the time I think I went to bed, and got up. It's not even early. I got up at like 7:30 or something to let the dog out, and then went back to bed for like an hour, and then had to get up because I was going to play golf with my brother. And we met out at the golf course, and 5 holes into it, it starts to rain. And when I had last checked,
and you were like, "This checks out,"
right? 100%. Because when I had last checked the weather, like the day before, it wasn't supposed to rain till like after 3. So I'm like, it'll be all right. So I did not prepare, sweatshirt or some sort of golf gear, not brought with me. Didn't bring a hat because hey, it's not even sunny out. I don't need a hat.
Mm-hmm.
Hat would have been helpful to keep away the rain. So we only played 9 holes. We went off on the back 9. Said, no, let's get out of here. Let's not be stuck in this. This is not going to be fun. So that was no good. Yeah, just crazy things happening in football, college football, pro football over the weekend, and then watching the Tigers just continue to be as bad as they are. The thing is, Doug, it's bad enough. It's bad enough that the Tigers have won like 2 games in their last 13 or whatever it is. That's bad enough. But for Cleveland to go 15 and like 2 in the same stretch or whatever the stretch is unbelievable. Yep. And yet, this is what we saw last year. This does happen, and it's happening to us.
Yep.
And it's like we've seen this team be the best team in baseball, not for a week, not for 2 weeks, not for a month, not for 2 months, but like for over 100 games. Not just, what they did this year. You add to the 30-something games they went on the stretch last year, last 40 games, or whatever it was, and you tack that on, and it's like, this is the best team in baseball. That's not a fluke to be that way. And
it feels like it's too big a sample size for it to be a fluke.
Yeah. It's like I want to be in the locker room with these guys and just kind of, what's going on? You know how good you are, right? Or how good you've been. What happened? What the hell has happened here? And, A.J. Hinch has been asked this question pretty much after every game for the last 7 or 8 games. And he's been the calm voice of reason. And then, like the other day, he's like, I don't have an answer. And because how can you? At this point, it's like, I don't know what's happening. This is the second stint of really bad baseball that we've seen since the All-Star game. Right before the All-Star break, that's when the things started to go south, and then things continued to go south. And then I remember when I was in Vegas, they were playing a weekend series against Texas, and things were horrible. But they got out of that. They got out of that only to play a little bit of 500 baseball, and then now going to go right back into it. So this is just very frustrating for everybody involved. Of course, the players are the ones going through it. They got to figure it out. And you get a day off today, and then your season. I mean, that's what it comes down to. You got 3 games in Cleveland. Yep. You need to win this series. If you don't win this series, you're done.
The thing is, too, when you watch this team play, it's cool to get late inning heroics, but blow it. Like, okay, great. The late inning heroics, they didn't cash it in. Like, you think about that Saturday night game. It's great that they get runners on base and they don't cash that in. It's like all these opportunities they've had,
believe that.
they cannot cash in.
Was it 6 innings? They had 2 runners on?
And like 2 runners, nobody out.
That was in several of those innings. Yeah.
And they cannot cash in. And it's an insanely frustrating way to lose baseball games. And then on the rare occasion when they do cash in, they give the lead right back. And I just, look, it's not over, okay? It's not over. It's trending in a terrible direction. So, and I always try to distinguish between just cliches that basically apply to everyone and stuff that's true only of your team. Like cliches that apply to everyone in baseball. Just about everybody. Well, he's pretty streaky. Yeah, in baseball, that's kind of it's a game of streaks. This team's only going to go as far as the starting pitching carries them, which is pretty much true of every team. Like if your starting pitching lets you down, you got major problems, right? So these are sort of cliches that get thrown out there. Here's one thing that's in football.
Which let me just say this, which by the way is becoming less and less in baseball because starting pitching doesn't go 7 innings anymore.
Yeah, I mean it can, but yes. In football, this team struggles with mobile quarterbacks. Yeah. Everybody struggles with mobile quarterbacks. But here's something I think is unique to the Tigers. Their good is arguably the best in baseball. And their bad is arguably the worst in baseball. The range that this team can be, they can be the best in baseball. They can be the worst in baseball. And it's amazing. I don't know that you see on a meter long stretches of play, weeks, months, where they look like the best team in baseball. Then weeks and going on a month, they look like the worst team in baseball. Those are bigger sample sizes than most baseball streaks. And I think that is unique to the Tigers. I don't think this is a cliche that applies to everyone. How can they look like the best team in the game for such a long period of time, or arguably the best team? Like people say, oh, they were never the best team in the game. That's fine. That's fine. Their record indicated they might be, but whatever. They were winning like the best team in the game would win, and now they're losing like they're awful, like they're terrible. And I don't know that. I think that's pretty unique to this group. That most teams aren't like this, where they're this good for long stretches and then this bad for long stretches.
I think part of that might be that the Tigers as a lineup from top to bottom have more guys that have overachieved than other teams. And I hate to put it that way because it seems like you're forgetting how good the good was, but they've got a couple of guys that really overachieved in the first half of the season that want to just find its level, and now they're back to being, last couple players on a roster. When you look at Javi Baez, when you look at Zach McKinstry, those two guys in particular, and I'm not throwing it all on them. I mean, they're not alone. There's a lot of players out here. Wenzel Perez is, he is not the player he was in the first half of the season. He's not terrible, but he's below average at OPS by 40 points. And they got a lot of guys like that just have been well below average in terms of being hitters. And then it coincide that with a bullpen that has maybe a bad July and an awful September, a great August, but you've got to be better than that. And because the awful coupled with awful is awful. Awful coupled with good,
awful plus,
you can get past.
Awful plus awful equals awful.
Yeah. It's some sort of, I think Pythagoras came up with that.
Yeah, well, he's a very smart baseball mind, Pythagoras. 248-539-9797. Okay, we got Champ and Chump. We'll obviously get to that coming up. Champ and Chump at a weekend. We'll have our nominations at 10:35. Need yours right now. We start stacking them up. Don't worry, plenty of Lions-Ravens preview because it's a huge game pending tonight.
Big game.
We'll talk some college football throughout the day as well. Here we go. Carson Anderson on a Monday on 97.1 The Ticket. This collapse by the Tigers has been sadly one of the most frustrating things that I can remember as a sports fan in Detroit. And the blame game, look, I know a lot of people want to play the blame game. I'll be 100% clear on what I want to do with I'm going to do with this. I'm going to wait till all the evidence is in and the season's over. Because it isn't over. It's not trending well for Scott Harris. And sadly, it's not trending well for AJ Hinch because he hasn't found the answer yet. And there's still time to salvage something. And look, whenever you bring that up in times like these, you get flooded with you're so naive, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, yeah, well, so be it. Then call me naive. But with a week to go here, it's amazing what just simply winning a series can be. Like, Cleveland has been off the charts hot. They will come back to earth the way the Tigers came back to earth. And the Tigers have been so incredibly bad. The problem is when it gets in your head as a team, it's hard to get out of it. Baseball is such a mental game. It is such a difficult game to when you're in a slump, to pull out of a slump. And when your whole team is slumping, it's very difficult. And, I guess if you don't think they were that good to begin with, then you probably feel like this is inevitable. I just think the sample size was too big. They played too well for too long for it to be a fluke. But hey, maybe I'll be proven wrong in the end. But when all the evidence is in and the season is over, I'll probably participate more in the blame game. But I mean, I'm amazed that the steady hand of AJ Hinch hasn't found the answer yet. And maybe there isn't one to be found. Maybe he's up against the impossible. This is pretty epic in terms of collapses.
Well, I mean, what happened yesterday? Just 2 on, nobody out, strikeouts, pop-up, strikeout,
yeah.
and stuff like that was happening. And you're like, how does it happen? And afterwards, AJ Hinch was like, we had great at-bats. And then maybe it's just guys are pressing too much because once they see we got it, we have to have this hit, need this hit, all of a sudden they expand the strike zone and they find themselves behind in counts. Instead of being ahead 2-0, you're down 1-2 or down 0-2. And then you're really behind the 8 ball. I mean, whatever it is, okay, got it. Let's go. And it's easy for me to say. I'm not going through it. But this team, I mean, it's the most this is one of the most frustrating experiences a fan can go through when you see that you're the best of the best, and then a few months later, you're not. You're playing like the worst of the worst. They haven't been playing the greatest teams of all time during this stretch when they've been bad. They played some good teams, but they played some bad teams too, and they still can't win. They get swept by Atlanta? I'm sorry, did Joey Wentz beat you?
Joey Wentz.
That happened?
Yep.
That happened?
Yep.
Just brutal. So
I mean, it's like they've gone over the top to undermine all the goodwill and confidence. And I'm sure that wasn't their intent, but their play is it's incredible. It's honestly incredible what's happened here. It's incredible. But I'm gonna wait till the season's over before I really get into the blame game. Of course, people want to do that now, and I understand it, but I've done this before. I've been down this road so many times to know that a lot that has gone wrong. There's still a chance that there's some yet. AJ hasn't found the answer yet.
Yeah, I mean, they're running out of time, right?
Obviously.
I'm curious. We got 6 games left. I'm curious to see if there are more moves to come. Obviously, they DFA'd Charlie Morton yesterday. Chuck Money's gone. And, yeah, the money ran out. It just wasn't there. But
no more Chuck Money?
No more Chuck Money.
Chuck Debt.
Yeah, Chuck Debt, exactly. But where else? I mean, you're trying to find answers. Is the answer from somewhere else? And then you look at Toledo just finished their season. I mean, there's guys at Toledo that have had really good seasons, but are they going to be the answer? Jace Young was brought up over the weekend, and he hardly played. He was like a bluff as a to force a pitching change.
Well, he probably is not the answer, though.
No, he probably isn't. But I'm just saying that's one guy who gets an opportunity. Are there going to be other guys that get opportunities? Is Trey Cruz, who's playing at AAA, who got promoted from AA to AAA because he finally figured things out in his minor league career, was hitting the hell out of the ball, and continued to do so at AAA. He's a shortstop and hitting in the 280s at AAA with an OPS over 800. He finished the season with a 284 average and an 881 OPS at AAA. Those are good numbers.
It feels like you're bringing up absolute Hail Marys.
Of course, because this is where we're at. I mean, is Trey Sweeney going to hit the home run in the bottom of the ninth inning or going to have a 3-for-5 game? That's going to. I'm looking for something. Anything to hang on.
I got to tell you, I think Trey Sweeney has a better
chance. I am so freaking desperate right now that I was like looking at revisiting the whole Kevin McGonigal situation. What about Kevin McGonigal? Yeah. He had a home run on a triple in a championship game
Forget
for
the fall
AA.
league, right? Bring him here.
Come on!
You know what you are, Gator? Doug, this is what he is. You've lost your keys, and now you're looking in some place that you never would have put them, but you're looking there because you've run out of options. Yeah. Are they in the freezer? Are my keys in the freezer?
Did I drop in there?
Did I mail my keys to myself and they'll show up in my mailbox?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
That's what you're doing.
You are looking at places the answer's not there. But I hear you, man, because you are desperate. This is unbelievable because the Guardians, they gave up on the season. At the trade deadline, they almost traded Stephen Kwan, all right? They traded Shane Bieber.
I don't buy that either.
They have two pitchers that aren't even pitching because of gambling allegations. Right. They didn't even try anymore. Those pitchers were giving up balls for gambling. And that's the team that might take over the division.
Yeah,
It's
because
unreal.
even if the organization decides, okay, we're going to punt here, we're gonna try to add some
where did we
pieces
hear
for
that
the future.
before?
Well, yeah,
Right?
with the Tigers, it's the same
everything's
thing as a year ago.
inverted.
Because, and this is why one of the reasons I'm glad this point is brought up, that I got so upset last week with the caller that says, "Oh, this team just gave up." Like, no, they haven't given up. Because here's prime example how you don't give up. The organization may say at a trade deadline, okay, we're going to trade away one of our better players because we don't think we're going to, make the playoffs. That's not going to stop the players. In fact, in some cases, it's going to inspire the players. Oh, you know what? Screw you. Good for you for doing that. But we as a team, we know we're better than this, and we're going to play better than this. And the Tigers rode that all the way last year to get to the playoffs, to win a playoff series, to damn near get to the ALCS. And now Cleveland's flipping the script, and they're doing it this year. But the Tigers could stop it. They still have a chance to stop it. They got 3 games coming up starting tomorrow night in Cleveland. I'm not giving up.
I'm not giving up either, but
it doesn't look good.
No, it looks awful. 248-539-9797. Rick on a cell. Hi, Rick.
Guys, how you doing?
What's up,
Gator? Doug, just as a baseball dude, right? I want to point something out to Tigers. Early in the game, runners left on 2 innings in a row.
Yeah.
Then you do the 3rd inning with guys at first and second, nobody out, and I like Hincher. I'm not dogging him, but the contrast of college baseball, World Series, and playing real baseball, can we lay down a bunt maybe in advance of runners to 2 and 3? You're leaving guys on. You're not getting clutch hits. Advance the runners, maybe a wild pitch ties the game. A fly ball certainly ties the game, right? Why not just change the scripts a little bit?
I mean, they could totally change the script. There's it's probably makes more sense than calling up Trey Cruz.
Yeah, Dougie, it seems like the guys that got the contracts and the big money and all this stuff, are they too good to lay down bunts? College World Series, I'm telling you, where they play real baseball, like old school stuff. Advancing runners, there's no question what would happen.
Yeah, it's such a different game because of the aluminum bats. But it depends on who it is at the plate and their abilities. But yeah, I'm in favor of shaking anything up. And AJ Hinch, whatever the answer is, whether it's probably not as simple as the bunt, or as Jim Leland called it, the town of the bunt, but it's probably deeper than that. But at the end of the day, it's his job to find answers. It's totally his job to find answers.
Have you seen my keys?
It is funny when you lose your keys and you're like, I've looked there 30 times, but I'm going back and looking again, as if they're suddenly going to be there.
Is it under the papers? Did I not look there?
That's
You start digging up your backyard.
Yeah.
Like, what am I doing?
Right.
What am I doing?
Did the dog take them outside and I didn't notice?
Are they in the gutters?
Hysterical.
Are they in the attic?
It's Carson Anderson, our Champ and Chump, coming up today at 10:35. 97.1 the ticket. Okay, I heard that. And I thought this is such a message to the team. That's such a message to the team, and it's not a message to the fans. It's a message to the team, and nor should he do anything other than send a message like that. And you know, if you doom and gloom it up there, it's a problem. The thing is, yes, they're a first place team. They've seeded the first round bye to Seattle. Seattle's 2 games up with a week to go. And that's a really bad thing for this group. They aren't exceedingly deep even when they were playing their best, and the idea of them winning series when they make it, they're giving themselves, even if they make the postseason now, most likely they have to play one of those first round best of 3 series, and that's damage already done. The Cleveland thing, they can still win the division. They still are in first place. First place with completely erosion of confidence and completely erosion of any momentum that they had. And maybe in the deep-seated recesses of their mind that they are trying to tamp down is erosion of belief in themselves. Because they can sit here and they can say, hey, we're confident I'm a professional athlete. I know we can get this done, because that's how professional athletes usually are. But the problem is, in the back of their minds, it's probably hard to keep that thought that I don't really believe anymore. They can't keep that thought out of their head no matter how mentally strong they are, because they have to be rattled. I don't know how you wouldn't be rattled.
Hey, you got to be rattled. Absolutely.
And
you're going to be rattled. But how do you break out of being rattled? Remember what it's like to win. Remember what it's like to celebrate getting into the postseason. That stinging of the champagne in your eyes. But you're so happy about it because you just achieved something, and now you're going to move on to something better. This team has got to find that familiar feeling and go for it.
248-539-9797. Brian's on 97 a ticket. Hi, Brian.
Hey, what's up? 2 things. First, Champ and Jump.
Yep.
Champ is the Eagles from the way they closed that game out, because they were going to lose. That was a good play. They had 2 blocked field goals in the same game. It was great.
Yeah, and the last one, just so people understand, the last one, Jordan Davis blocked it and then recovered it and took it all the way for a touchdown and did not look slow in doing it for a big fella.
No, he looked great. And Chump is Scott Harris. And the reason why, and this brings me to my point with the Tigers, this is probably only a handful of people like me. I personally don't feel they deserve to go to the playoffs, because you had, I think it was 28 or 26 game lead, now down to 1.
It was never that big. Was it 14 and a half or 15 and a half? But anyway, but whatever.
He took the Iserman approach at the trade deadline and did nothing. I would rather them not make it, because if they do, they're just going to get bounced out immediately, and that's just wasting my time. But I would rather them not make it at all than just make it and lose. Like, try again next year. To me, it's just
all right. So, Brian, let me ask you this: let's say the Tigers sweep Cleveland and then take 2 out of 3 against Boston.
You're
still out.
Yeah. Because
really?
they're not going to win the World Series.
Well, if they sweep Cleveland and take 2 out of 3 against Boston, wouldn't that tell you that they're playing back to the way that they played?
Maybe.
Gator, they're in a losing streak. They're never going to win again.
Well, that's how it feels.
Let me ask. No, I'm not saying that. Let me ask you, Gator, because I called last week, and it wasn't you guys, but the other host called me crazy because I said that they wouldn't win a single game the weekend because it was all bullpen games. You got Scooble playing tomorrow. Then what is it?
It wasn't all bullpen games. It wasn't all bullpen games.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to slap yourself on the back because you called that they were going to get swept, okay, congratulations, you got it right. I didn't think they were going to get swept by Atlanta. I cannot believe they got swept by Atlanta, and they got swept by Atlanta. They're playing horrible baseball right now in every facet of the game. I mean, I guess starting pitching was good. Scooble had a really good start. Casey Mize pitched 5 2/3 innings yesterday before they took him out. Kind of wish they didn't take him out, but it didn't matter because they still lost by whatever it was 6-2. But they just haven't had hitting. They haven't had bullpen consistency. It's been a wreck, a train wreck, and you got to find a way. Okay, now the train's off the rails. Get it back on.
Well,
you got a day off.
The debate is whether or not it's possible, right?
Well, anything's possible.
It feels like anything except that.
Right. Well, but I mean, every losing streak comes to an end. Every losing streak comes to an end. And then it starts the possibility of a winning streak. This too shall pass. I don't know if they're going to figure this out before the end of the season or before tomorrow night, but this series in Cleveland just became a playoff series. They've just added another playoff series.
Hooray.
If they want. Well, right, hooray, right? But you know what?
I hope they look at it that way and like say, all right, this is.
But is it going to be?
Is it going to bring out the best in them?
Well, we hope so. But us as fans watching this team play, you wanted important games in September. Here's some important games in September. Are you cashing your card yet?
Yeah, I don't feel like you get that card all the time. I've played the card. It failed. I'm out of cards. Time for our Champ and Chump nominations. I will start. My champ of the weekend is the Michigan running back room, Justice Haynes and Jordan Marshall, with great performances on Saturday. From the big, like the long touchdown runs, to the little, like both of them staying in bounds at critical times late in that game. Justice Haynes, Jordan Marshall, I think the Michigan running back room. You are my champ of the weekend. Great job.
My champ is going to be Indiana quarterback Fernando Mendoza. He was 21 of 23, 265 yards and 5 touchdown passes in the rout of Illinois. I don't know if you were able to catch any of that game, Doug.
I watched quite a bit. Bus ride and flight.
It was amazing. The absolutely demolition of Illinois in that game. And then here's what I thought was really cool, because it was played at Indiana. It was a packed house, and you never see that at IU. And looked like it was an awesome atmosphere. They were really leaning into it. They've got a good football team.
Yeah, I was sitting there with Illinois and my cute little 4.5 points. My jump of the weekend is the Tigers for obvious reasons. You can't get swept by Atlanta at a time like this. Are you kidding me?
I was going to do the exact same thing, and I had to try to narrow it down a little bit. So I went with the Tiger All-Star bats. Here's what these guys have done since the All-Star game. Riley Green is hitting .218 with a 680 OPS. Zach McKinstry is hitting .212 with a 661 OPS. Javi Baez is hitting .205 with a 501 OPS. And lastly is Gleyber Torres, who I really don't want to include in this group, but he's part of it because he's an all-star. He's hitting .232 with a 696 OPS. But one thing that he is doing is he's driving in runs. It's amazing the season he's had, hitting second in the lineup. He's got a bunch of RBIs. But all those guys combined, those 4 players, below average OPS, and the batting average numbers are alarming for 3 of the 4.
All right, a Champ and Chump. Get your votes in for Champ and Chump of the weekend. From an unnamed texter, Champ Michigan, Chump Scott Harris. Another unnamed texter, Champ special teams, 5 block kicks at the end of games is insane. Chump special teams, 5 block kicks at the end of the games is insane. That was yesterday in the NFL where block kicks became... everybody was doing it. All the cool kids were doing it.
Yeah, not just blocking them, but returning them for touchdowns.
Champ, the West Michigan Whitecaps for hosting a festival of 2 things I love, donuts and beer. Chumps, the Packers for choking against the Browns. Suck it, Packers. That's from Max. I watched that entire Packers-Browns game. It was one of the, because I seriously would flip over to the Tigers, get so frustrated and go back. I pretty much I was watching a 3-0 football game and enjoying it way more than the 3-0 baseball game that was on. And the Packers looked really pedestrian. Now, the Browns' defense is good. I kind of figured the Packers were due for a back-to-earth kind of game. Oh, and they got it.
Oh, did they get that?
Yeah. 248-539-9797. More of your phone calls and feedback coming up. It is Carson Anderson on 90. Oh, Champ and Chump brought to you by Sarah Chevrolet, Sterling Heights. Carson Anderson, 97.1, the ticket.
Hey, replacing a roof isn't something that most of us look forward to. It's a big investment. And that's why choosing the right company matters. And for over 30 years, Michigan homeowners have trusted Shaner Roofing. And here's why. Not only are they local experts with a proven track record, but every roof that they install comes with a lifetime transferable warranty. Now, that means your investment is protected for as long as you own your home, and even if you sell it. Plus, Shaner Roofing has earned a 4.9-star Google rating from thousands of happy customers. And that kind of trust, well, it doesn't happen overnight. It's built on decades of quality work and customer care. So if your roof is aging, leaking, or you're just ready for peace of mind, go to mymichiganroof.com. That's mymichiganroof.com. Powered by Shaner Roofing, Michigan's trusted roofing experts.
You can uncharacteristically hear the exasperation in his voice. You can hear the like that, and look, we don't know AJ Hinch personally. We hear AJ Hinch speak a lot. I don't hang out with AJ, but to me, in that soundbite, you can hear the exasperation in his voice. I want to follow up with something a caller said today that I wonder. To me, it feels insane. Guy calls up and says, I don't even want them to make the playoffs. Do you think that's prevalent? Or do you think he's in a small group? I don't even want them to make the playoffs.
I think, do I think it's prevalent? No. Do I think that there is a group out there that, look, everybody wants their own narrative to come true.
Like so, what they, yeah.
Yeah, so if you called it a while back, if you were so pissed that they didn't add more at the trade deadline, then this might be where you're at. If you're pissed because 10 games ago you saw this coming and you just don't see a way out of it, then this is going to be how you feel. His reasoning at the end of it, of what he had to say, I kind of understood. Like, I'm not of the mindset that I'm not, because as a fan, I want to enjoy the ride till the ride's done. Unless things are so bad, it's not worth watching. There's still a possibility something good can come out of this, so I'm going to keep watching. But his reasoning was, even if they make the playoffs, if they somehow stumble in, that what's the point, because they're going to waste my time and lose in the first round. I can sort of see where he's coming from. It's not how I subscribe to it. I wouldn't, and I don't. But I can look at the other side and say, I get why you're doing that. I would advise against it for your own well-being. And then at the same time, if you somehow get in the first round, then you lose those 2 games and you're out. Yeah. Did you waste the time? You may have.
So, look, and I'm seeing a lot of you guys need to admit it's over. You guys need to admit it's over. I will only L, okay, on the Tigers when it's over. I'm not going to enthusiastically rush in to own an L before it's over, and it's not over.
No, this isn't a situation where the team is like 30 games below 500 and there's 30 games left or whatever the case is, right? And you say that
right. Yep.
I'm not until they're mathematically out of it. No. This is a different situation because this team has been so good for so long, and now they're not. Can they?
Now they're terrible.
Right, they're terrible. Can they flip the switch and get back to winning baseball? It's got to be in them. And it's not, hoping for a miracle here. It's not that long ago we saw this team play that way. It looks daunting because it is daunting right now. They're playing terrible, and the team that's chasing them is the team they play next, the team that just swept them, and the team that's won 15 out of 17 games. They're going in opposite direction. I understand why some people are getting to this level of futility. There's no point. Well, they really need to win tomorrow night.
Good God.
If they don't win tomorrow night, and then they go into game 2 of that series, and they're tied for the division.
And it's a Scooble start tomorrow night. And if they lose the Scooble start, then the world of hurt that they're already in gets worse.
It does.
Didn't they lose the last Scooble start?
Yes, I know.
This? So
yeah,
but still, well. Who would you rather have starting tomorrow night than Scooble?
Anyone that can get a win. I don't even care.
Well,
Gator, stretch.
Well, unfortunately, it's not just up to the pitcher. The lineup's got to provide some kind of runs because Scooble can go 7 innings of shutout baseball, and if the score is 0-0 going into the 8th inning, where they're at. Here's the good news of if there's, I don't know if there's even a silver lining. If the Tigers are able to pull out of this tailspin, okay, and it starts tomorrow night, let's say they sweep Cleveland. Well, just say it. I can say it.
Okay.
Say it, man. Just say it. Or if they take 2 out of 3 and then take, the first game against Boston and then let's say at that point they've clinched it. You know what they can do? Is they can set up their pitching.
They can set up but if Scooble has to pitch Sunday, he has to pitch Sunday.
If he has to, he has to. Please don't have to.
Yeah.
Just win tomorrow night.
248-539-9797.
Hey, Cleveland did lose last night, right?
Yes.
They did lose. They can lose games.
They can.
To the lowly Twins.
They can. Paul, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Paul.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Yeah.
And I love the key loss analogy. I think that's great. I've lost my keys many a time. Actually, on my way to the airport, and what ensues is panic. You know, now you're going to miss your flight. You just start panicking. You can't find your keys. But what inevitably happens with me most of the time is I settle down, I retrace my steps, I think about where I was, and then I find my keys, and most of the time I make the flight. So I'm hoping that's where the Tigers can go with this and settle down. I know we're all in panic mode, but retrace your steps. Let's get back to settling down and play some good baseball like we all know they can do. And let's find our keys.
Paul, it's funny because I hear where you're coming from, and that's all you can try to do if you're the Tigers. Like, they shouldn't, good God, they shouldn't give up. I never found those keys. I told the story on the air. I never found them. I drove home from a hockey game. Valverde was trying to close out the Royals. It was the 9th inning, where it was like 2 runners on. The Tigers were up 1. I pulled in the driveway with my hockey bag, jumped out of the car, threw the hockey bag in the garage, ran in, and sat down on the couch. Watched the end of the game. Somewhere between getting out of the car, throwing down the hockey bag, and going to sit down on the couch, I lost my keys. It was over a decade ago. I never found those keys. Same house.
Didn't you also, you or a member of your family, lose a cell phone in the snow on a trip out to Colorado or something like that? And then what happened?
They found somebody found the phone. I was skiing at Vail. And when I was on my way up to Vail, I had my phone. When I was driving back, I'm like, I don't have my phone. That was back when you could go like an hour without knowing where your phone is. It was the flip phone era. And I'm like, all right, well, whatever. And got home, and in the spring, my parents get a call from my phone where it's like somebody found it in the thaw. It fell out of my pocket on a chair. They found it in the thaw, which apparently they find all kinds of stuff in the thaw. Somebody charged it up and called mom or dad and sent me my phone, which was incredible.
Anything can happen.
If my phone can be found in
find
all
your
the
phone.
acres that is the ski resort at Vail, the Tigers can find their winning ways. Is that what you're saying?
That's right.
Yeah, wow.
I mean, sometimes you lose your keys. Sometimes you find a phone.
248-539-9797. Greg's in Dearborn. Hi, Greg.
Hey, boys.
Hey.
So, champion.
That's the way we started off.
At least there are some champs out there. So Michigan Trenches, 7 sacks. The O-line really did well, really showed up with a lot of nice pulls and springing the run game a lot. And they didn't lose the game, even though Biff Poggi decided to, I don't know what he was doing at the end of the second half. That was maybe the
First
dumbest
half,
thing I've
but
ever
yeah.
seen. Oh, first half, yeah.
I've seen worse, but yeah, that was mismanagement.
You think? But yeah, so I mean, I think they should have won that game by more than like 14 points because they were just handing off points.
Well,
with
they
the
could have.
stupid
They absolutely,
taunting and, yeah.
certainly could have.
Yeah. But so that was some good. Right? But then Chump, Chuck Money, I heard his nickname before was Ground Chuck when they have all the grounders. I think he's more like managers, discount meat that we got this year. It just
didn't work.
No, didn't work. And do you see what Verlander's done? I mean, this is total Monday morning quarterbacking, but like, could you have seen something where like they picked him up, brought him back, and he kind of like solidified things a little bit?
Would have been cool. Would have been a neat, coming home story. But yeah, I mean, what they tried is not working. 248-539-9797. Jim on a cell. You're next. Hi, Jim.
Good morning.
watching the Tigers' last 15 games or so, and actually throughout the whole season, I've never seen a team put so many runners on base game after game and not drive them in. They should have 100 wins by now. And I don't understand their hitting coaches, what they're not getting into their heads. They take pitches that should be clubbable, and they swing at pitches that you have no ability to hit.
That's what happens when they go in a slump.
Game.
Yeah, it's in their heads.
That's the DNA of a slump.
Even great hitters go in slumps, but they find a way to move the runners over, at least get 1 or 2 runs in, and they haven't been able to do any of that.
Jim, you know what they don't have? Great hitters.
No, they don't.
They don't. They've got good players, and they had a crazy first half of the season that found 4 of them making the All-Star game, but they don't have great hitters.
248-539-9797. Twitter poll update. Are the Tigers going to win the division? What do you think? What do you think it's at, Gator?
People that vote on this are typically more optimistic than I think they are. So I'll go with 57%.
Think they're going to win the division? Kang, do you think the number's higher or lower than that?
Lower.
Do you care to offer up a percent what you think it is?
That the Tigers are going to win the division?
Yeah.
38%.
It is currently sitting at 21.7%.
Oh my God. Even worse.
78.3 saying no.
I was too optimistic.
I'm like,
you were way too optimistic.
I was
Katie.
initially thinking, okay, I'm thinking like in the 30s, like you. And I'm like, well, people always on these polls, and I think it's going to be that way. It goes the other way. Nope. The panic level from 1 to 12 is at 11 for the people. I feel like
that's it, huh?
Just still hope for 12. For
less. Our other Twitter poll question is very simple. Are the Lions going to defeat the Ravens? We'll update that today at 11:05. You can vote and comment as well. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. The car, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Obviously, there is a high degree of frustration with what's going on with our Detroit Tigers. We had one caller call today, and I'm intrigued if he's got people with him who said, I don't even want him to make the playoffs, which I'm like, whoa. Don't even want to make the playoffs. But it's the class. Never has there been a better example when you're a losing streak, you never think you're going to ever win again. And, I mean, if they take 2 of 3 in Cleveland, they pretty much lock it up. But, right now, Cleveland was that team that was on a winning streak and looked like they were never going to lose again. They did lose yesterday. And we still should have faith in Skubal and a Skubal start, even though Tigers seem to get, don't score runs, don't give them enough run support. But they also, I mean, their ability to come up with clutch hits with runners on base, first and second, nobody out, that kind of stuff. I don't know. It just is absolutely as frustrating as I can remember any sports team being here in Detroit.
It's brutal.
Yep. 248-539-9797. Tom's in Frankenmuth, and he's on 97.1. Hi, Tom.
Hi, how are you?
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not. You called you had a topic about 6-8 weeks ago after their obviously rough stretch. And I think it was like Cleveland was only by 6 at the point. And they basically, you asked, what they're going to take, are you confident how many games behind they would be at this point if things were in trouble.
How many games they have to get before you started to panic? It was like about maybe 3 or 4 weeks ago, maybe a month ago.
Yep.
And I think I said for me it had to get 4.5.
I think you were 5. I think I was 4.5.
4.5. Yeah. So yeah, and it got to 4.5, and then the next day
check the standings. It's 1.
Yeah, now it's 1. But but the point is, it went from 4.5 back up to 13.5, and now down to 1.
Correct. I was checking just, math or whatever. That's what I gave you was standings. Like if the Tigers won every series out, it was 27-13. If they just started really blowing it, it would be like 17-24, and Cleveland would have to do X. Well, Cleveland's doing X, and we're doing 17 and whatever.
Yep.
Right now we're 15-19 in our last 34, and that started off in that particular 34-game stretch. We started off 8-1, so it's been really bad since.
Yep.
I have no confidence in this team now whatsoever. Their batting lineup is awful. There's no even, I would say, there's a few average hitters on the team, but their batting average is between barely 200 and 270, and that just doesn't do it.
It's interesting, Tom, because one of the big things in sports is how do you respond? People always talk about this, and it's true in virtually every sport with every professional athlete. Is how do you respond to adversity? This is adversity, right? This is the greatest test of can you respond from adversity? And we know that there's better versions of a lot of these guys in there because we've seen it. We've seen it for long stretches of time. But this is adversity. They're living it right now. And you would have thought if you could respond, you would have responded before this, but they haven't found that gear yet. I feel like something's got to happen. Like they got to get an inside the park home run or a triple play or an immaculate inning or some crazy outlier.
Back-to-back doubles.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly.
Right. Something you never see.
Right. You'll never see it.
Like an RBI hit.
But I'm driving around on Saturday, and I was listening to the game.
They find a way not to score, by the way, on back-to-back doubles.
Yes.
Runner holds at third.
I'm driving around on Saturday, run some errands, and listening to the game, and I pulled into a parking lot somewhere, and I'm going to listen for a second here because there's a situation where Torkelson's up, and I'm like, I'm just going to give it a second here, see what happens. And Tork hits the home run, and I'm going nuts in my car in the parking lot. This is awesome. I go and pull it up on the phone so I can see the highlight of it. Like that's just great. Maybe that's the moment they needed.
Yep.
And it wasn't. Nope. It just because they can't back it up. Whether it's the collapse of a bullpen or it's just every missed opportunity in the batting order with the runners in scoring position, the runners on base, and nobody out, and they cannot get it done. But I do feel same thing with you. They need the big inning. They need to capitalize, have the crooked number, and then back it up with more innings where they're scoring and they don't need to have the Laffer 21-1 win or something like that.
Oh, I'd take that.
Of course you'll take it, but then you feel like you just spent it all in one thing. It'd be nice to have like a 7-0 game or shut somebody out or limit them to 1 run, and you win the game by at least 5 runs. That's where you want that. Where I want that for my own sanity is to not have it be dependent on somebody just getting those last 3 outs and you're white knuckling it. Like, have some space in there. Have a comfort level.
Okay, we had the Twitter poll. Are the Tigers going to win the division? Right now it's trending towards 79% saying no. The other Twitter poll we asked, are the Lions going to defeat the Ravens? What do you think that percentage is at? Lions-Ravens tonight. Are the Lions going to defeat the Ravens? Gator, have you seen it?
I have not.
Okay.
42% say they're going to win.
Okay. Kang, do you think it's higher or lower than 42%?
I think it's slightly higher. Had they lost to the Bears, we'd be in Tiger territory. But since they beat the Bears, I think it's under 50%, but in the 40 range. I don't think you're too far off. I'm going to say 45%.
44.4. You guys are right there. You had it surrounded. 44.4 say yes, they're going to defeat the Ravens. 55.6% say no. Comments are coming in on that. From Saga, no, but I expect them to have a chance in the fourth quarter to go down the field and win it. From Raymond, I think they pull off the upset. They have had this game circled on their schedule after the last time we played. Baltimore beat Lamar Jackson on his home field, and fans will stop complaining about not having a mobile quarterback. And they put some parentheses, I hope. Ken says, ha, 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 I would just be happy if they keep it within 1 score. Tom says, would need that offensive line to click, and I think they're going to take many more games. Also need to get Lamar, and with nobody of distinction opposite of Aiden, it doesn't seem likely. From Nubs Gets Dubs on Twitter, Lions win. There's a big chunk of this roster that played in the last Baltimore beatdown. I think some of those veterans are the standout performers tonight. From Lions for Life 097, if they protect Goff, the Lions should win this game. I say 40-33. And Bob says, I voted no in the poll, but wagered with actual money that they'll win. I'm an enigma wrapped in a riddle. Yes, you are, Bob. 248-539-9797. Go vote and comment. Your comments can be read on the air, and we will take Lions calls. Not just the Tigers. Got a huge Monday night game coming up tonight. We'll get into details with that game a little bit later, probably in the noon hour. It is Doug Karsch and Scott Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, if your garage door is just not working the way you want it to, it's going slower. It's making some really weird noises. You're not sure who to call? Here's who you call. Precision Garage Door Service. Pick up the phone, call them today at 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR. Someone's going to pick up the phone and answer it 24 hours a day. You're talking to a live person, which is always great. They've been serving Southeast Michigan since 2001. I know what they're like firsthand. I called them years ago. They came right out and were able to diagnose the issues. I've had John and Jeff and they come out to the house. They were amazing. Walked me through any kind of process I needed to. When I needed new garage doors, I called them as well. And here's the best part about Precision. They've got technicians in the field that are expert technicians. They have all the equipment they need in their trucks to get the job done right there on the spot. They're amazing. And if you want to schedule an appointment at your convenience, you can do it online. That's right. You can do it online. Simply go to precisiondoormi.com or, like I said, give them a call. 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR. It's Precision Garage Door Service.